public hearing. We call it to order at this time and ask everybody to stand and participate in the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
to
to
the
the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Moment of silence, please. Thank you. Ms. Lawrence, roll call, please.
Mr. Griffith,
Present.
Mr. Hawes,
Here.
Ms. Howe,
Here.
Ms. McDermott,
Here.
Mr. Perry,
Here.
Ms. Radel,
Here.
Ms. Sedman,
Here.
Mr. Schnee, Mr. Schnee, Mr. Urban,
Here.
Mr. Vogt,
Here.
Mr. Schnee, Mr. McGinley.
Present.
We have 10 of 11 present.
Thank you. Motion to suspend the bylaws regarding the requirement of majority of those participating in the meeting must be physically present at the meeting. Ms. Howe, can you make that motion?
So moved.
We have a second from Ms. Howe.
Sheila.
Ms. Saban, all in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any in opposition, any abstentions? None heard, motion carries. Motion to suspend the bylaws regarding the conduct of public meetings to the extent that the current format is inconsistent with the term of the state's emergency declaration. Do we have a motion?
So moved, Sheila.
Ms. Segman, do we have a second?
Second, Kendra.
Second, Ms. Radel. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any in opposition?
Mr. Griffith.
Mr. Griffith, any abstentions? Motion carries. The public hearing today is on the amending the Luzerne County Administrative Code, Article 6, which is the office and divisional responsibilities. The ordinance is attached. Ms. Howe is the chair of that committee, and Ms. Howe, do you want to say anything before we open up for public comment?
Yes, I would just like to say that this is a work, and it's only a piece of the code, but it's the large piece of the code, Section 6, that deals with the divisions. And it is a great deal more detailed than the present code is. And that was the intention. That's why it took so long, because the charter lays out in very general terms what the divisions do, but the administrative code is intended to actually give it some flesh and some real details. So what this does is actually define responsibilities, interactions, relationships between departments and divisions. We did get, I would just like to note that Mr. Sweats today sent an email out suggesting a couple of amendments, and they're minor amendments, and Mr. McGinley and I had discussed it very briefly, and I don't think that there's any reason not to incorporate them. So what I'm going to make a motion for to amend when we get into the meeting is to amend on page 15 under budget and finance. It says subparagraphs number 6 and 7 for the assessor's office. We will amend that to 5 and 6. And then he suggested some changes in number 5, the line item there, which is just about the responsibilities of the accounts payable department. And I think it's certainly within you know what we've been doing, and it does not at all interfere with the substance of the code that we've worked on for all of this time. But it was actually put together with a lot of cooperation from management, from the divisions, as well as a lot of research done by the various members of the committee, which have been Mr. McGinley and myself, and Mr. Kelleher for a while, and Mr. Griffith for the last bit of time. So we also compared what other counties have in their administrative code and spent quite a bit of time refining it. So I would like to thank the committee for their work on this. But I did want to point out that I will be making a motion to amend the proposed amendments when we get into the voting meeting.
Thank you. Now it's open for members of the public. Any comments regarding the proposed budget amendment? Administrative ordinance amendment. Members of the public. Hearing none, do we have a motion for adjournment?
So moved, Leanne.
Ms. McDermott, do we have a second for Ms. McDermott?
Second, Chris.
Mr. Perry? All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any in opposition? Any abstentions? None heard, motion carries. We have one more public hearing, which will be starting in one more minute. So we'll wait till 5:50 to begin that meeting as advertised. Okay, we're now at 5:50. We'll call the meeting to order. We've already done the pledge to the flag and a moment of silence. Roll call, please, Ms. Lawrence.
Mr. Griffith,
Present.
Mr. Haas,
Here.
Ms. Howe,
Here.
Ms. McDermott,
Here.
Mr. Perry,
Here.
Ms. Radel,
Here.
Ms. Stedman,
Here.
Mr. Schnee,
Present.
Mr. Urban,
Here.
Mr. Vogt,
Here.
Mr. McGinley,
Present.
all present.
Thank you. We begin with a motion to suspend the bylaws regarding the requirement of a majority of those participating in the meeting must be physically present at the meeting. Ms. Houck, do you make that motion? Do
So moved.
we have a second for Ms. Houck?
Second, Leanne.
Ms. McDermott? All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any in opposition? Any abstentions? None heard, motion carries. Motion to suspend the bylaws regarding the conduct of public meetings to the extent that the current format is inconsistent with the term of the state's emergency declaration. Do we have a motion?
So moved, Chris.
Chris, Perry, do we have a second for Mr. Perry?
Second, Leanne.
Ms. McDermott? All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any in opposition?
Mr. Griffith?
Mr. Griffith? Any abstentions? Motion carries. This public hearing is on the proposed ordinance amending the 2021 fiscal year budget for Luzerne County. In parentheses is the word COVID. And we have this ordinance, and we also have a couple other submissions in that regard, which we will get to right now. Mr. Griffith, you want to talk about the one that you submitted?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The amendment that I submitted to the council yesterday regarding this ordinance is just a procedural change in the ordinance. It just basically designates that fund that we are putting this COVID fiscal recovery fund money into is governed under the authority of the county council, as well as in conjunction with the manager, so that the council can approve any monies that are spent from that fund, much like we do in the reserve fund for the 99 division that we have in the 100 general fund. But because the law does not allow us to encumber funds or designate those funds for a purpose in advance, we can't obviously use it in our reserve fund, so we can't carry funding over. So that's why this funding, the ordinance would, or the amendment would put that language in there that says that if the manager wishes to use any of that money for projects, he brings the project to council and we authorize the spending.
Okay. Ms. Kokomo, I had asked you to revise our ordinance with that provision. Do you want to speak to that, please?
Yes, the provision that was added in the ordinance was that any projects would have to be approved by county council. I did have discussions with Mr. Sweats, and Mr. Sweats and I at this point will advise council that we recommend that perhaps there be a cap, say of $25,000, that the county manager can approve funding. Apparently, County Manager Pedri already approved funding for homebound vaccines. And that's the type of situation where if we wait for council one meeting, the work session, and then 2 weeks later, the voting session, we have a span of probably 4 weeks that may pass. And something like the homebound vaccines, which has there's a type of urgency to it, would be lost. I don't know, Mr. Swetch, do you want to speak to that?
Mr. Sweats?
Sure, I will briefly. I think the 25,000 or less is because, as council knows, within the budget, anything over 25,000, we come to council anyway, or that goes into another year. And it would just be if something came up, we're not looking at multi-million-dollar projects. Just as Ms. Kokomo said, if something comes up that it's a situation that can benefit the county as a whole, we think less than 25,000 is something that to wait a month on would be a long time frame, especially for something like if our numbers went back up or anything like that. Because again, very happy that we're turning the corner, but part of the funds can be used for the emergency. So if something did happen, I don't want to put the county in a spot where we need to come back to council. So I thought 25,000 was a reasonable number. We aren't asking for a large number, but this way, if something comes up, we would let council know, and council can kind of approve it after the fact. We can let you know in an email, and you could formally vote on it if that's the way that council wants to go about it. I don't anticipate a lot of these items, but at least gives us some leeway if something does come up.
If I could, Mr. Chair?
Sure, Mr. Haas, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. However, I mean, the point almost at this point is almost moot. And I really don't see a need for any unforeseen emergencies. I think that's appropriate, but I think more than just one or two of these situations, I don't foresee anything like that happening. I think we can go, the charter allows anything up to $25,000. We all know that. So that's appropriate. But I appreciate Mr. Sweat saying we're not looking at seeing millions of dollars go out the door on this one. But again, within reason, I could support something like that.
Thank you. Okay, it's a public hearing, so we'll ask members of the public for any comments in regards to what we just talked about, which was the budget amendment for 2021 for the new money that's coming through the American Rescue Funds, part of the COVID relief. Any members of the public who would like to speak to that at this time? Once again, any members of the public who would like to speak in regards to the budget amendment for the 2021 budget. Seeing none, do we have a motion for adjournment?
Mr. McGinley, I would like to make a comment.
Go ahead. Ms. Hopkins.
Yep. So, and this is just in reference to what Mr. Sweat said about 25,000. What was our savings last year in the audit, in the audited surplus that we had for last year? Do we not usually have a surplus of about 25,000 or more? Sometimes it's quite a bit more.
Yes, last year, I think you'll remember, the number was 25 million, but that included borrowed funding. And I told council, outside the borrowed funding for 911, it was slightly north of 3 million. And I think you're correct, in the last 4 or 5 years, somewhere up until about 13 or 14, there were deficits, but there's been at least 25,000 or more in those years rolling forward.
So those surpluses, I mean, I don't understand why you need to have access to this money as well as the surpluses that we have been showing for the last several years. You know, and if there's an emergency, 25,000, as you said, is not a great amount. And in light of the fact that we showed a $3 million surplus, I'm not sure why you still have to have access to this money as well.
I understand your point. Really, two things. One, while this funding goes till 2024 and isn't as quick as the last round of funding, which had to be used by the end of the year, we do not want to send this money back. As Mr. Haas said, I don't anticipate this being used many times. And if we don't have to use the general fund money, which we can use for general purposes, why not use this money? Because if we have $25,000 less that we can't use, we might have to send it back.
Still have to have access to this money as well.
I understand your point. Really, two things. One, while this funding goes till 2024.
I think we're in a loop somewhere.
Something happened here. Sharon, did something happen with that?
Yeah, I took care of it.
Oh, thank you.
One of the users was echoing.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Anyone else?
Mr. McGinley, if I could, real briefly,
Sure.
on that point that Mr. Sweats brought up on the $25,000 cap, if it's less than $25,000, they just have access to the funding. I mean, I agree with Linda that I think there's other monies at the point that we could use it. I mean, we have 56 million right now, going for another 56 when we get the other half. But I think if we're going to accept that premise, that we need to put language in there that says the manager has to give the council a report at the next meeting as to what he used that money. He comes to council and says, I used the money for whatever, because this is the first time I've heard that we used any of that money for a vaccine. And I understand there's an urgency there, and I certainly don't want to stifle the manager and able to perform his duty. But I think council has an obligation to the taxpayers to know what he's spending the money on, because it is recovery money. So if we could put that caveat in the amendment that says that if it's less than 25,000, and he uses the money, he has to report to council at the next meeting to inform council of that transaction. That's fine.
Mr. Griffith, what I think along those lines is we would ask for an amendment that it would be on the next voting session to be ratified by council. So it would be part of the public record, and obviously there was be a vote of council on that.
Yeah, that'd be
Okay.
great. That's great. Thank you.
Okay?
Just one other quick thing, if I could. While it was approved, we didn't get the invoices yet, so that's why you didn't see it. So some of the things are, we'll have a contract or a verbal agreement with someone, and then we're not invoiced yet. So just because something was approved, you won't see it until it's invoiced. I can't show you something in a report or give you a check that wasn't cut yet. It actually was just worked out the last few days. And again, as not being the manager, I don't work in the details. It's an eligible source, and that's what was approved.
Okay. Do we have a motion out for adjournment, please?
Kendra?
Ms. Radel, do we have a second for Ms. Radel?
Second, Urban.
Mr. Urban, all in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any in opposition? Any abstentions? Unheard, motion carries. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're now in 6:02, so we're actually a minute past the start time, so we'll be moving directly into the voting session. And again, we're going to call the meeting to order at this time. And again, we're going to have a pledge of allegiance, a moment of silence, please. And ask everybody to stand and participate in the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Flag of
of the United States of America,
and to
and
the
to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God,
indivisible.
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Moment of silence, please. Thank you. Roll call, Ms. Lawrence.
Mr. Griffith,
President?
Mr. Haas,
Here.
Ms. Hauk,
Here.
Ms. McDermott,
Here.
Mr. Perry,
Here.
Ms. Radel,
Here.
Ms. Sedman,
Here.
Mr. Schnee,
Present.
Mr. Urban,
Here.
Mr. Vogt,
Here.
Mr. McKinley,
Present.
all
Thank you.
present.
We do have one proclamation at this, for this meeting, and it is posted on the webpage. I'd just like to take a moment and read through this. It's a very important proclamation, I believe, because it affects children's welfare. So, whereas the week of June 7th through 11th, 2021, has been proclaimed as Child Welfare Professionals Appreciation Week by Governor Wolf, recognizing the efforts of child welfare professionals serving the children of Pennsylvania. And whereas the challenging task of investigating child abuse, assessing safety, and providing services to families to ensure that children in Luzerne County remain safely in their home and return home expeditiously as possible, made more challenging by the global pandemic, falls to the child welfare professionals of Luzerne County's children welfare system. Whereas the child welfare professionals work in difficult and emotional situations with children who have been victimized by physical/sexual abuse, neglect, and other forms of maltreatment, and must develop great skill in working with these families who are in crisis situations. They put the well-being of the children they serve above their own safety on a daily basis. Whereas the staff of Luzerne County Children and Youth Services selflessly undertake the endeavors to protect the Pennsylvania's children, often with low pay, long hours, tremendous demands, little appreciation, great criticism, and with dramatic impacts on their personal lives. Now, therefore, we, Luzerne County Council, do hereby proclaim June 7th through 11th, 2021, to be declared Child Welfare Professionals Appreciation Week in Luzerne County, in honor of the women and men whose diligence and professionalism keep the children and youth of our county safe. In that regard, we have the Assistant Director, Deanna German, who was on our meeting this evening, and she would like to make a few comments. Deanna, you have the microphone. Please unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, everyone. I just wanted to thank everyone on the council on behalf of everyone at Children and Youth for taking the time to recognize the difficult job of a child welfare professional. We do deal with very emotional and sensitive issues on a daily basis, and working through a pandemic did add to the stress for our workers. As we continued to respond to every single referral, and our workers went to every in-home case on their caseloads every single month throughout this past year. We wanted to ensure that the children were safe and that services were being provided. As you can imagine, they were frequently met with resistance from families who were concerned about the spread of the virus and not wanting to allow, a stranger into their home to complete an assessment. It added stress for the workers who were scared about their exposure to the virus and the possibility of bringing it home to their own family and loved ones. But we did persevere, as we always do, and we continue to provide 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week coverage, 365 days a year, because we know that we are the last line of defense for the children of Luzerne County. And so we definitely appreciate that everyone here on the phone call tonight recognizes this week for us. And I just want to thank you all again, and thank you for the opportunity to let me speak.
Thank you. And I think everybody on council and most of the guests, I'm sure, recognize the difficult conditions that your professionals work under. And particularly the last 12 to 15 months with the pandemic just added more difficulties to an already tough job. So thank you for your work. Thank you for staff. They've done a great job, and we appreciate all their efforts, and certainly families of Luzerne County are well served by your staff.
Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. We're down to additions and deletions from the voting session agenda.
Mr. McGinley,
Yes.
I'd like to put a motion on the agenda to ask for a possible criminal investigation into the Swearsville council race involving Mr. Adam Christian. And basically to refer that over to the DA's office.
Can you enlighten me a little bit about that? I don't have too much.
Well, I mean, we can make it for, I mean, I would rather put it on the agenda for discussion.
You want to put it on the work session?
No, on the voting session.
Okay. So repeat that, please.
It's basically a discussion and a motion to place on the agenda to ask for a possible criminal investigation into the Swearsville council race involving Mr. Adam Christian and his opponent.
And you're asking for a criminal investigation, correct?
Possible, yes.
Okay. Everybody understand the request?
Mr. Chair, if I could put my 2 cents in on this, I really don't know what this would have to do with Luzerne County. You know, making allegations about someone committing a crime, I would prefer members of council not participate in that. Certainly as an individual, if any member of council as a citizen believes that there's something that requires a criminal investigation, they could contact the district attorney's office. But there's people's civil rights involved here and potential for defamatory comments. Accusing people of crimes is defamation per se, and I unless there was some sort of direct nexus to the county, in which case I would suggest we have a discussion in executive session. I would not recommend that.
Okay.
With due respect to Mr. Urban, I just don't know what I don't know here.
Okay.
So.
All right. Anyone else?
Mr. McGinley, on that issue. So
Yeah,
I certainly appreciate Mr. DeLuca's comment, and so it's good. So if we feel as council members, we feel that there's been something that somebody violated the Title 25 law, our job is to go across the hall and file a complaint with the district attorney. Is that pretty much to sum up what Mr. DeLuca just said? Is that accurate?
I think that is actually it's safer from a perspective of not having that discussion in public in case you're wrong, you know, and certainly we could be wrong about these types of things. You know, the whole reason to request an investigation is because we don't know, and we would want the experts to do the actual investigation and make a determination. But just there's an implication in requesting that type of act that we may be those who have that discussion. And certainly if Luzerne County Council as a body is participating in that type of discussion, I just, I don't believe that's, I think the better practice would be to have discussions with district attorney's office. And certainly they are, every time I've contacted them regarding any issues that we've had, they've always been responsive. I just think that's the best practice instead of having those discussions in public.
I have a question, Mr. McGinley.
Go ahead.
I was on the phone call yesterday with the Board of Elections, and the issue regarding Mr. Caruso came up, voiced by him. I think that what is preventing him, instead of us getting involved, as Mr. DeLuca said, what is preventing him from going to the district attorney?
Nothing.
Yeah, I just think that would be the better.
Well, I mean, I don't mean to discourage Mr. Urban, Councilman Urban, from certain, you know, from looking into those types of things. All I'm saying is, Councilman Urban could still be involved, but he could contact, as a citizen of Luzerne County, law enforcement. If he believes something needs to be investigated, he could do that without having an official act or discussion by council. And like I said, I know nothing about potential merits to what to the issue, but I think it's perilous. That's the only reason I even bring it up. I think it's perilous to have discussions as a public body about someone's there being some sort of criminal involvement. We are a public body, and people have due process rights, and so I just think the best practice is to do those that type of thing by contacting the DA's office on your own.
Okay. Roll call on whether we're going to add this motion that Mr. Urban proposed. If you vote yes, we add the motion. If you vote no, it is not added to the agenda. Ms. Lawrence?
Mr. McGinley,
Yes.
does Mr. Urban still want to proceed with the motion, or does he want to withdraw his motion?
Well,
No, I want to go on the record with it because I was asked
Okay.
by Mr. Christian to
Well,
to bring it up.
we
And
will
he's a
have-
citizen of Luzerne County.
Well, then I will second it just for the record then, because there was no
Okay.
second.
Very good. So we have Mr. Urban making the motion and Mr. Griffiths will make the second. Like I said, if you vote yes, we will put it to the agenda. If you vote no, it does not go to the agenda. Roll call.
Mr. Griffith,
Yes.
Mr. Haas,
Yes.
Ms. Hauk,
No.
Ms. McDermott,
No.
Mr. Perry,
No.
Ms. Radel,
No.
Ms. Sedman,
No,
Mr. Schnee,
No.
Mr. Urban,
Yes.
Mr. Vogt,
No.
Mr. McGinley.
No.
3 yes, 8 no.
Okay. Then we're
Mr.
back to
Mc-
additions and deletions.
Yes, Mr. McGinley, if I could?
Go ahead, Mr. Urban.
I would just like to
Mr.
move
Griffiths, I'm
the,
sorry.
thank you. I would like to move the item from the work session that deals with the resolution for the resignation of the manager over to the voting session. And the reason is because, I mean, he submitted his resignation to council. I think we need to take appropriate action timely. I mean, there's a 30-day window for him, which he provided to council according to his contract and according to the charter. So I would ask that we put it on the voting session so we have official vote accepting or not accepting the resignation just for administrative purposes. So I think it's timely that we do it at the voting session as opposed to waiting for the work session and then doing it two weeks hence from today, and which would put, the resolution only about a week after he leaves. So I would like to have that moved over.
The resolution would be on the 22nd of June, right? Not after he leaves, right?
Right, yeah, it'd be about a week before he leaves, correct?
Yeah, 10 days or a week, you're right.
Mhm.
Just, you want a motion to accept his resignation added?
Yes, I just want that item that's over on the work section, just bring it over to the voting session, please.
So the whole item, the whole thing that you submitted?
Yes,
Am I
correct.
correct in saying that?
That's correct.
Okay. Anyone else with comment?
I would second it. So.
Okay, Mr. Urban seconds Mr. Griffith's motion. In regards to the resolution that Mr. Griffith provided, that you would find on your work session, number one, Mr. Pedri does have a contract. He's fulfilling the conditions of that contract. I think that when we get into identifying the payout totals, et cetera, those numbers could change because of conditions, and I think we put that in there. We limit ourselves. Also, I think everybody's aware that Mr. Pedri has provided an email in that regard. And he pointed out some issues in that email. Won't repeat those. That was his information. Anyone else?
I think there is language in that resolution that states that if any of that changes, it's adjusted accordingly upon his resignation. So I think that language is in the resolution. So if we do
Yeah, the
adopt
language
it
is
or
in there,
pass
right?
it.
Excuse me. The
Go ahead.
language is in there, you're correct, but I think putting those amounts and things in there limits us. That's my opinion. Okay? Everybody understand?
They can amend the resolution as well.
Yes. Everybody understand? If you vote yes, it goes on the voting session agenda and removes from the work session. If you vote no, it does not go on the voting session, remains on the work session agenda. Roll call, please.
Mr. Haas,
I think this is very timely, so yes, definitely.
Ms. Hauk,
Yes.
Ms. McDermott,
No.
Mr. Perry,
Nope.
Ms. Radel,
No.
Ms. Sedman,
No.
Mr. Schnee,
No.
Mr. Urban,
Yes.
Mr. Vogt,
No.
Mr. Griffith,
Yes.
Mr. McGinley.
No.
4 yes, 7 no.
Okay, it stays on the work session agenda. Bearing that in mind, does someone want to make a motion that we accept Mr. Pedri's resignation as submitted? To be
Are
added
you
to
adding that to the agenda?
the voting session agenda. Does someone want to make that motion?
I will make a motion to put an acceptance of the resignation on the agenda.
Very good. Ms. Hauk, do we have a second for Ms. Hauk?
Second, Kendra.
We have a motion and a second to accept the resignation of Mr. Pedri as submitted.
Mr. McGinley, on the question,
Go ahead.
are we going to identify the amount, not necessarily the amount, but what he is entitled to in that resignation at this moment? Or are we going to wait until the discussion? I think it's important that the council members know what the golden parachute is for Mr. Pedri in his resignation. I simply accepting his resignation is fine. That's what we did with Mr. Lawton. But when Mr. Lawton left, he got $8,000 and nobody knew it. So I think it's imperative that the public know that Mr. Pedri is going to get certain benefits by his termination. And if that's part of the resignation discussion that we have tonight to accept his resignation, I'm all for that. But just to give a blanket acceptance of his resignation, I'm not for that at all. I think the public has a right to know what Mr. Pedri is getting when he leaves the county as his golden parachute.
Mr. McGinley, it's Kendra.
Yes,
Can-
Ms. Radel, go ahead.
Can we word it to accept his resignation per the terms of his contract?
Sure.
Because I think that would probably cover.
Okay, if Ms. Hauk, would you accept that? Accept his resignation per the terms of the contract?
Yes.
Thank you. And,
Well,
excuse me,
but that doesn't
excuse me, one
identify
second,
it.
please.
Go ahead.
Excuse me, 1 second. Do we have a second for that?
Second.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Griffith now. Go
Okay,
ahead.
so we need to amend the resignation. It says pending the terms of his contract, which identify the benefits stated: sick leave, vacation time, personal time, and severance pay. So the people in the county know exactly what we're paying Mr. Pedri when he leaves. We don't have to do a dollar amount if we don't choose to do that. I think it should be in there. I think the public has a right to know what their tax dollars are going for. If we're
Mr.
paying,
McGinley, I think the question right now is just whether we're going to add it to the agenda, not how we're going to amend it if it's added.
okay, very good.
That's correct. All right, so we have a motion to accept the manager's resignation per terms of the contract. And we have a second. Mr. Snee made that second. Roll call on that, please.
Okay, now this is just adding it to the agenda. It's
That's
not
correct.
actually accepting it yet.
Just adding that item to the agenda. Motion.
Okay.
Mr.
you want
McGinley?
roll call?
Mr. McGinley, Sheila.
Yes.
Did David have we had that contract that he references in 2018. Was there one before that? Because if there was, I would say you really need to specify the contract date.
Yeah, he did have one prior, so 2018 would be the contract year. Okay. Roll call, please.
Ms. Hauk?
Yes.
Ms. McDermott?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Ms. Radel?
Yes.
Ms. Stedman?
Yes,
Mr. Shea?
Yep.
Mr. Urban?
Yes.
Mr. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Griffith?
Yes.
Mr. Haas?
Yes.
Mr. McGinley?
Yes. So
Unanimous.
that will become number 13 on our voting session agenda item. Okay. Before we move to the next item, Mr. DeLuca, do you want to comment on the executive session that was held prior to our meeting?
Yes, the council met in executive session from 5 PM until I believe it was 5:30 PM on Teams. Discussed litigation involving Musco versus Luzerne County, 2020-08998.
Okay. Thank you. We have a motion to adopt the voting session agenda.
So moved, Leanne.
Ms. McDermott, do we have a second?
you second, Sheila.
All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Any in opposition? Any abstentions? Agenda is adopted. Motion to suspend the bylaws regarding the requirement a majority of those participating in the meeting must be physically present at the meeting. Ms. Hauk, do you make that motion?
So moved.
Do we have a second for Ms. Hauk?
Sheila,
Ms. Saban, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any in opposition? Motion carries. Motion to suspend the bylaws regarding the conduct of public meetings to the extent that the current format is inconsistent with the term of the state emergency declaration. Do we have a motion?
So moved, Kendra?
Ms. Radel, do we have a second for Ms. Radel?
Second, Leanne.
Ms. McDermott? All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any in opposition?
No, Mr. Griffith.
Mr. Griffith? Any abstentions? Motion carries. We're now down to public comment on voting session agenda items. We're now open for public comment.
Hey, this is Jared. Just a reminder to *6 to mute and unmute. We had a few numbers that were causing feedback, and to use your phone's mute button or *6 when not talking. Thank you.
So *6, is that correct, Barry?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, if you were muted, use *6 to unmute yourself, please. Now,
Mr. Chairman,
members of the public.
Mr. Chairman, this is Mark Rabo speaking.
Go ahead, Mr. Rabel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With regards to agenda item number 11 for the LERTA, it was discussed at the last council work session, and the presentation that was given wasn't the complete picture given by the developer, because I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, that project that's being proposed is near a residential area. And based upon, and also the fact that the taxing bodies really didn't get a perspective from the residents near that prospective project zone, that it would substantially and irrevocably change their quality of life. So I think that the council should take that into consideration. And I hope that maybe if you could move it to the work session and then have it at the next voting session for, for the residents of that area to be able to, just similar to what a zoning meeting would be, or zoning hearing would be, that would be beneficial for the council, because they haven't heard both sides of the story, in my humble opinion. Also, with regards to agenda item number 12, the county manager search committee, it was put in the paper, maybe correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Chairman, or the solicitors can correct me if I'm wrong, but it said in the paper that the persons that would apply for the manager search committee would have to have a bachelor's degree. And last time I checked, under section 4.02 of the charter, it does not say that bachelor's degree is a requirement. It just says that there has to be knowledge of or experience in, being able to hire persons of that, which mimics or mirrors what the manager qualifications are. I'm paraphrasing the section 4.02 of the charter. So that being said, I would like to know who authorized that and, who allowed for that to be put in as a requirement. And as far as agenda item that was just added, number 13, it's par for the course considering the last county manager was allowed to resign based on a massive blunder in moving $20 million from the general fund to human services during the first budget impasse. And now we're doing the same thing, repeatedly again for this manager that's going out because of what transpired during the election. So it's quite telling how these instances come about, and that there's no accountability. That's just a backdoor reward for someone who basically caused a massive blunder, and there's no ramifications or repercussions or accountability for it.
Okay.
So I just wanted to, and also, Mr. Chairman, I'll end on this with the point of procedure. There is a lot of, 14 items on the agenda. I think there should be more than 3 minutes, a latitude on that.
Mr. Rabel, thank you. Other members of the public?
Thought so.
Yes,
Mr. Mantis.
Mr. Mantha, there's someone else who got on there first. There was a young lady, I think. Go
Okay,
ahead.
I'll wait.
Who was that, please?
Okay, my name is Lisa Burkowski, Mr. Chairman.
Okay,
And,
so where do you reside?
I reside in Hazleton.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I have been to the past 2 council meetings concerning item number 11. I live up here where they're putting this warehouse. We were never notified. Council never knew about what was happening up here until they started cutting down all the trees. We notified them and they came up, and to their surprise, they had no idea as to what was happening. Apparently, the mayor said there was going to be 500 to 600 jobs. Nobody knew where. They have destroyed this area behind my house. We have no quality of life up here. I can't open up my windows. I can't sit outside. They've destroyed my house. I sent pictures to council members of how they destroyed it. Nothing helps me with the wind, the rain, the snow. They destroyed it all. And nobody approved this. And I have been fighting. I moved up here because it was quiet. And I had no problems. I pay taxes and I get nothing in return. I get no snow plowed, no streets. My fire hydrants don't work. I don't understand why I'm paying the city of Hazleton. I can't even leave my house. The machines up here are going from morning, noon, and night, 7 days a week. They come up 2 feet to my house. Something needs to be done. It's a nightmare up here. It's not fair to the people. We have no quality of life. We have elderly people up here. We have people with health issues here. We have people who don't understand. They don't speak English. It's not fair to us what they have done. If they came to us in a courteous manner and said, look, this is what we want to put back here. Tell us how we can make this work for you. If they would have left the trees up, put their wall up, this would have worked out okay. I don't care what you put back there, but you can't put back hundreds of trees. They're hundreds of years old. You can't replace them. And now every time the wind blows, I have damage done to my house. And I need to know what's going to be done. The owner said he'll fix it by the end of 2022. That's not going to happen.
Okay.
And I'm still going to get more and more damage, along with my other neighbors up here.
Okay.
They can't get down to the meetings. They're elderly. Like I said, they have health issues. Some of them work 2 or 3 jobs. They work overnight. And then on top of that, all the noise from the music, the fireworks. It's zero quality of life here, which
Okay,
is so unfair to us. If all of you people had this going on behind your house, you wouldn't put up with it.
okay, thank you. Would you do me a favor? Could you spell your last name, please, so we have it
Oh,
properly?
absolutely. Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. It's Racosky.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, could the woman from Hazleton send county council in an email, LCCM, those pictures? I'd be interested in seeing that. I think for discussion
Allison
purposes tonight.
Excuse
Okay.
me, Allison Barletta has pictures of the damages to my house.
Okay,
But if you want to see more of what's going on, I'll be more than happy to send it to you. It looks awful. All of you are invited to come up here to see it.
Could
Well,
you tell
I
her
think
the
Mr.
address,
Haas-
Mr. Chair, for the county?
I think Mr. Haas has made that request, so if you would send those pictures, we would appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay. Other members of the
LCCM.
public?
Who do I send them to?
LCCM at Luzerne County, all one word, .org, O-R-G.
Okay, thank you very much.
That will go to all the council members, okay?
Sure, thank you.
Sure. Other members of the public?
Mr. Manta.
Go ahead, Mr. Manson.
Okay, Mr. McGinley, item number 13 is the resignation of Mr. Pedri. I'd like to know how many things that this manager did wrong. I mean, it seems like they're following the same pattern of Mr. Lawton, and it seems to me that nobody's really paying attention to what's going on with our county managers. I mean, they have to be held accountable for the things that they've done. And my gosh, it's just like a corporation can run, and the manager for the corporation says, well, I made 4 or 5 mistakes with billions of dollars, and nobody's going to do anything to me. I think this should be put in the, what do they call that? The precursor for the job, that if you make a mistake, you're going to be held responsible and culpable to the public and to the county council for what you've done. You know, I mean, it went on and on and on for the past 2 years of things that he's done, and now we're going to pay him X amount of dollars to leave the job. Boy, I want a job like that. I really would like a job where I screw everything up and then I get paid and go away. I really feel that I have nothing personal against Mr. Pedri, but as far as the office of the manager, it should have more capable of reprimanding a manager. And my gosh, it's always a 7-4 vote that they vote against reprimanding him, and they've seen that he's done things wrong. There has to be something put in the charter or something put into a resume for a county manager that he's being held responsible for this.
Okay,
I mean, that's,
thank you, Mr.
it's
Manson.
not- all right, thank you.
Yep. Other members of the public?
What about him? If you want to talk about this, you could.
Other members of the public?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
this is Attorney Falvello.
Attorney Falvello, sure.
Yes, I represent the developer in item 11. I'd like to address some of the comments made by Ms. Witkowski, if I may.
Well, we're going to have that opportunity when we get to that agenda item, Mr. Falvello, but
I wasn't sure if we would or not.
yes,
so
you will.
if I did.
You definitely will have an opportunity
Okay,
based on
thank-
the information that was provided.
Yeah, we'll address it then.
Okay.
Thanks.
Other members of the public? Other members of the public?
You want to talk about the traffic? No, good. Put one out there and that's it. They won't pull one.
I hear someone's voice, but I'm not sure if they're trying to address council or not. Okay, moving on then. The first item on the next page is the motion to approve the minutes as presented. Do we have a motion?
Presented, Schmidt.
Mr. Snee, do we have a second for Mr. Snee?
Chris.
Mr. Perry? On the question? All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any in opposition?
No, Mr. Griffith.
Mr. Griffith? Any abstentions? Unheard, motion carries. We don't have anything under old business.
I have something under old business, Mr. McGinley.
Go ahead, Mr. Griffith.
Regarding the county council emails, I asked the solicitor last week if she could come find a policy or procedure that says why we post those emails if we don't. Sometime during our meeting, I would like to make a motion that they be taken down off the website until such time as we have that information from the solicitor's office that allows for them to be put there.
I did not find anything. I searched my files, in the solicitor's files, and I did not find anything.
Okay, thank you. I'll save that motion for later on in the meeting, Mr. McGinley.
Mr. Griffith, going back, and it's several years ago now, maybe Ms. Houck or Mr. Haas might remember also. I think that was as a result of some questions from the public. And I think Mr. Lawton, as I remember, authorized us to get software that would allow that to happen so those could be posted. Maybe Mr. DeLuca might even remember. I'm not sure if Mr. DeLuca was serving as the solicitor at that time, but it's quite a few years ago that procedure was developed. So, I mean, the reason behind it was, I think, because of the fact that the public should have access to those emails, and that's why that was done. But we'll deal with that.
Okay, and also one more item is and I know you're working on this, Mr. McGinley, is the council meeting being in person, and I know the governor is supposed to be lifting our restrictions in another week or so. It's June 24th or 5th, I guess it's coming.
June 28th, I think is the actual
28th, is it?
That I saw published. Now that could change according to the number of people vaccinated, right?
Yeah, I think that would send. I look forward to the meeting in person. I think it will
Yep.
send a nice, clear message to people in the county that we are somewhat back to normal, whatever we want to call normal here. Based on the pandemic, we have a long way to go, but certainly we're closer than we were before. And I would love to see us go back in public if we could. So I appreciate you looking into that once again. And that's all I have under old business. Thank you.
Well, just as a little bit of an update, I spoke with the county manager in that regard yesterday and asked him there's some things in that council meeting room that have to be removed. I asked him to make sure it was fully cleaned and sanitized and check the air quality. In other words, do pretty much a full update on cleaning and sanitizing and make sure that everything in that room would be fine for people to participate and be part of that room. So we'll keep you posted as they go through that. Okay.
Very good. Thank you.
Yep. We're going down to number 1 now. Motion to adopt an ordinance of amending the 2021 fiscal year budget for Luzerne County, which is COVID. This was introduced 2 weeks ago, so this is the second reading and final reading. So do we have a motion to adopt that ordinance amending the 2021 budget?
So moved, Chris.
Mr. Perry, do we have a second for Mr. Perry?
Second, Kendra.
Ms. Radel? On the question?
So, Mr. Chairman, this is just adding the 51 million or the 50-some million, 56 million to the budget?
Yeah, 56 million point something. Yeah. It's half of what was assigned to Luzerne County, 56+ million. Now, remember in the public hearing, we had some discussion there.
I'd like to make a motion that we make the amendment to that ordinance, please.
Which amendment are you speaking about, Mr.?
The amendment that was discussed in the public section that I submitted to council regarding the restrictions on the ability to take and use that money without council approval.
Okay, we actually had two ordinances. So you're talking about the one that you submitted, Mr. Rick.
Right,
Correct?
the one for the 56 million.
Yep. Well, I think they're all, I believe that's the number in each and every one of them. And I know, I spoke to Mr. Swets, those are the proper line items that are included in both of those. Everybody understand what Mr. Griffith, he's proposing that we essentially amend the ordinance to follow what he submitted Monday, I think, maybe Friday, I'm not sure. And then, of course, Mr. Swets had some information in regards to possible emergency expenditures also. So do we have, Mr. Griffith, you made that motion for the amendment? Yes. Do you have a second, please?
Second.
Who's that?
Urban.
Mr. Urban. On the amendment that Mr. Griffith submitted, we have a motion by Mr. Griffith, second by Mr. Urban. So that would be what we would be voting on if indeed the amendment passes. Okay?
May I ask, are we voting on the entire ordinance that Mr. Griffith submitted?
Yes. Yes.
As he presented it?
As he presented, as he submitted.
Okay, thank you.
Okay? Everybody understand? You vote yes, you will be voting on his amendment shortly. You vote no, we have another amendment, and we also have the information from Mr. Swets. Roll call, please.
Mr. Chair,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just want to make sure that I understand that. And is there a quick review? And I apologize if I missed you saying that, but I know you're saying it was sent out the other day. So if we could just have a quick review of that, please.
Quick review of Mr. Griffith's submission, Ms. McDermott.
Yes, please.
Okay, he sent the email. Basically, he has pretty much, it's very similar to what has been submitted. He does identify as American Rescue Plan Act, which was signed on March 11th of 2021. He also includes a section from the charter, which deals with the fact that the council may, at any time during the year, amend the budget. He does include the line items, and does include the words expenditure. And he asked that any money spent out of that fund would be solely with the approval of the county council, and also with the approval and cooperation of the county manager. And he cites the two sections of the charter for that. I think that's pretty much a summary. Ms. McDermott, are you okay with that summary?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
If I could,
Mr. McGee.
if I could too, Mr. Chair, on the question.
Go ahead, Mr. Haas, right? Go ahead.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, sir. So I read through the document of the use of the funds that Mr. Swets provided us a few weeks ago. Actually, I think it was May 11th. And on page 6, it says the fiscal recovery funds are intended to provide support to state, local, that's us, and tribal governments in responding to the impact of COVID-19 and their efforts to contain COVID-19 to their families. On page 8, it says it facilitates the swift and effective implementation by publishing these guidelines. And again, the document itself says that it's under the jurisdiction of the council for these funds. This is wholly appropriate, what Mr. Griffith is suggesting here, and it is council's purview. So I'll wholeheartedly support this. I would encourage the colleagues to do the same.
Someone else was trying to speak also?
Mr. McGinley, I just
Go ahead,
want
Mr.
to, thank you. I just want to be clear on, you said there's another amendment out there for Mr. Sweats that he brought up under. They can certainly accept this amendment and then amend that one to go with this amendment if
Yeah,
they'd like.
absolutely.
And just so council members are clear on the procedure, because it sounds like they either vote this one down and then just put Mr. Sweats's in, or they, but they can piggyback to this one, correct?
Oh, yeah, we can make other amendments. No question.
Okay,
about
very
it.
good. All right, I just want to clarify that. Thank you.
No, Mr. Sweats's information can or cannot be, depending on the will of council, be added to anything before we make a final vote. Okay? Everybody understand? Anybody else with questions? So if you vote yes, we will be voting on Mr. Griffith's submission as part of our voting session under number 1. And if you, like I said, if you vote no, we will not. We'll still be on number 1. We still have another submission by the Office of Law, and we have Mr. Sweats's information, which can be dealt with separately from this vote. Okay. Roll call, please.
Ms. McDermott?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Ms. Radel?
Yes.
Ms. Edmond?
No.
Mr. Schnee?
Yes.
Mr. Urban?
Yes.
Mr. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Griffith?
Yes.
Mr. Hawes?
Yes.
Ms. House?
Yes.
Mr. McGinley?
No. This will be now the number 1 under our voting session agenda. Any other amendments at this time to this document that Mr. Griffith submitted?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'll submit Mr. Sweats's concern.
So what you, Mr. Snee, correct me if I'm wrong, what you're saying that we will allow emergency
Yes.
funding up to $25,000
Correct.
with subsequent ratification by Luzerne County Council.
Correct.
Is that all right? Thank you.
Mr. McGinley?
Yes.
Sheila, if that motion, if that amendment is accepted, I would change my vote on Mr. Griffiths to a yes. But
Okay.
I really feel that emergency issue is needed to be included.
Thank you. Everybody understand the amendment? Emergency funding would be allowed up to $25,000, but we require subsequent ratification by the Luzerne County Council. Okay?
Are we
Roll
going
call,
to
please.
place a limit on how many bundles of $25,000 requests or less we're going to make? And I mean, I want to take Mr. Sweats at his word that he's not going to, approve millions and millions of dollars of spending, but at the same time, we want to make sure we're appropriate here too.
Well, that's not part of the amendment, and I think it's very clear that in my own mind anyway, that, this would be a very rare occurrence and not something that we would see on a weekly or monthly basis. And I'm sure we can convey that information to the manager. So that's where I am at this point. Anything else? Okay, roll call on adding this amendment to the ordinance that was submitted by Mr. Griffiths.
Did we have a
Mr.
second on that?
Mr. Snee, I thought we had a second. No. Do we have a second?
Second, Sheila.
Ms. Saban. Okay.
Mr. McGlinnan, could you possibly read that back to us so I know exactly what the amendment is?
Well, I'll do the very best I can, Mr.
Thank
Griffith,
you.
but sometimes I
Thank
don't
you.
get all the, basically, we're going to allow emergency funding for a limit of up to $25,000, but we require subsequent ratification by the Luzerne County Council. So it would have to appear on a voting session agenda item.
And could we add at the next subsequent meeting? Not, it could be done, but it should be done at the next council meeting. So if you would include that subsequent meeting of council at the next meeting of council, because I mean, I don't want to have that. Well, and no, I agree with you. I know what you're saying, because Mr. Sweat says we won't know that for a while. So I guess that's probably why you're saying that, right?
That's right. I'm trying to allow that, but subsequent in my mind means as soon as possible.
Okay, very good. Then I'll accept that. That's fine. Thank you.
Everybody else clear with everything? Thank you. Roll call, please.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Ms. Radel?
Yes.
Ms. Edmonds?
Yes.
Mr. Schnee?
Yes.
Mr. Urban?
Yes.
Mr. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Griffith?
Yes.
Mr. Haas?
Yes.
Ms. House?
No.
Ms. McDermott?
Yes.
Mr. McGinley?
Yes.
10-1.
Okay, thank you. Down to number 2, motion to introduce the ordinance amending the 2021 fiscal year budget for Luzerne County. And this was under drug and alcohol, and we talked about this last 2 weeks ago in the work session. Do we have a motion to introduce this ordinance?
Mr. McGinley?
Yes.
Do we have to go back and vote on the ordinance itself, because those were only amendments we voted on?
Yes, we do.
We should officially do that, I guess, so we don't have any issues. So let's go. We have, at this point, we have Mr. Griffith's submission as the ordinance. We have the amendment regarding the $25,000 emergency funding. And this would be the final vote, and this would be done, the ordinance would be complete after the vote this evening. If you want to vote for that, that will become our budget amendment for 2021 dealing with the American Rescue Plan Act. Roll call, please.
Mr. Radel?
Yes.
Ms. Edmonds?
Yes.
Mr. Schnee?
Yes.
Mr. Urban?
Yes.
Mr. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Griffith?
Yes.
Mr. Haas?
Yes.
Ms. House?
Yes.
Ms. McDermott?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Mr. McGinley?
Yes.
Unanimous.
Thank you.
Mr. McKinley, can I have one party word on that?
Go ahead, Mr. Haas.
Yeah, I read through it, and I'm sure all of you have as well. It was real pleasure reading and real exciting stuff. I'd like to make some recommendations about how we could possibly use those finances, at least some of them, because again, the directions say it facilitates the swift and effective implementation. I think time is of the essence. It's council's purview. I'd like to suggest 2 things to management. If Mr. Sweats could give us some numbers on these things. I would like to actually use those funds in part to re-implement the homestead exclusion of $50,000 of assessed value for your first domicile in Luzerne County. And I think that should be retroactive to the COVID years from fiscal year 20 and 21, and including going forward for this next year. So again, if you read the document, and when you do, I know not everybody's got a chance to read it because it's very long, but the word equity is all over the place. There's more equity in there than Das Kapital. It's crazy. I can't believe we're in this situation, but we got a lot of equity there. And I think that's the most equitable way, is to give the low-income folks who own properties a real significant break on their taxes. And I think that really meets the requirements of that under Section 603. And then secondly, it does talk about businesses. Again, my issue with this is that in states like Pennsylvania, where the governor unilaterally just shut down business and caused a lot of people a lot of financial harm, this kind of whitewashes that. And in a way, it's unsettling to me, because I think good government should be consistent, but the federal government is here and it's going to cover up some mismanagement of some of these states here. But nonetheless, businesses were hurt. And I would also like to see the county use those funds to reimburse all funds dispersed by businesses for their unemployment compensation, because a lot of people were paid to stay home and leave their jobs. And it's been a real situation. I'm sure a lot of you heard this issue from a lot of businesses out there. So again, I'd like us to take a look at that and see what that would look like financially, if Brian could maybe run the numbers on that. Again, the second one is to reimburse all Luzerne County businesses for their unemployment compensation that was paid out during the COVID years, fiscal year 20, calendar year 20 and 21. And then the first one that I suggested to re-implement the homestead exclusion for the prior 2 years and then going forward for this one, just to see what that would mean, Brian, if you can hear me there, just in dollars and cents. And I know it's not for voting tonight, but I want to tag it onto there because time is of the essence in something like this. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for indulging me.
Okay, just so you realize, Mr. Haas, and I think all the council realizes, they will not have final rules and guidance until August of this year. So even though there's some things out there, until you see the final document, there could be some changes or edits or whatever. So, you know, it's going to take a little while to work through some of this.
All right. Got to pass it before we know what's in it, right?
That's
like
right.
Speaker Pelosi. Pass that, baby. All right. Thank you, sir.
Well,
Hey, Mr. Chair.
it's at federal
Love
level.
the federal
You know
government. Love
that
them.
sometimes that happens. Yes.
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is Chris.
Go ahead.
Could Brian Swets clarify that a little bit for us, what Harry said?
Well, I think at this point, Mr. Perry and Brian, you're on.
I'll be real quick, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
I'll just reiterate what you said, that we don't have the final numbers. Also, for the homestead, one of the things that it talks about is not creating a rainy day fund or reducing taxes. I would argue that reinstating the homestead could be used as reducing taxes. And to figure out something on all the county, well, it's a worthy cause. The county got money, but so did all the townships, municipalities, and cities. So somebody can't be triple reimbursed. So until we get the final regs, I agree with you. We want to get the money out sooner rather than later, but we won't have final regs until probably 2 months from now. And at that point, obviously work with council on a list and go from there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And I'm sorry, I don't want to go back and forth because I know it's not on the agenda, but the tax portion is only for 602. That's only for the state government. It's not for local. And if you read, that's what it says there. Obviously, we're going to find out more as this goes. It cannot pay back any debt that was incurred before March 3rd of 2021. So that's certainly there. But I think the other two that I mentioned are very appropriate uses. And thanks, Brian, for at least checking it out. Hopefully we can get it rolling in August.
Okay, we're back to number 2. Sorry about that. Again, it's an introduction of an ordinance regarding the fiscal year 2021 budget for drug and alcohol. Do we have a motion to introduce the ordinance?
Present it, Sheila.
Okay, Ms. Saban, do we have a second?
Chris?
Mr. Perry? On the question? This is an introduction, so it requires 4 positive votes in order to be introduced. Roll call, please.
Ms. Sedman?
Yes.
Mr. Schnee?
Yes.
Mr. Urban?
Yes.
Mr. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Griffith?
Yes.
Mr. Haas?
Yes.
Ms. Hauk?
Yes.
Ms. McDermott?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Ms. Radel?
Yes.
Mr. McGinley?
Yes.
Unanimous.
Thank you. Number 3, motion to adopt a resolution authorizing county manager to execute a lease agreement between Luzerne County and Luzerne County Convention Center Authority for building and equipment space at Mohegan Sun Arena. From number 3 down through number 8, these are all motions related to 911. Remember 2 weeks ago, Mr. Rosekrantz made a presentation to council in our work session, and he spoke to each one of these motions that we're voting on this evening. Do we have a motion for number 3?
So moved, Kendra?
Ms. Radel. Do we have a second for Ms. Radel?
Second, Leanne.
Ms. McDermott. On the question? Roll call, please.
Mr. Schnee,
Yes.
Mr. Urban,
Yes.
Mr. Vogt,
Yes.
Mr. Griffith,
Yes.
Mr. Haas, Mr. Haas,
I'm sorry, Ms. Lawrence, yes.
Ms. House,
Yes.
Ms. McDermott,
Yes.
Mr. Perry,
Yes.
Ms. Radel,
Yes.
Ms. Stedman,
Yes.
Mr. McGinley.
Yes.
Unanimous.
Thank you. Number 4, motion to adopt a resolution authorizing the county manager to execute a lease agreement amendment between Luzerne County and the estate of Sylvia Gagliardi for the 911 tower site in the Bear Creek Township. Do we have a motion?
So moved, Leanne.
Ms. McDermott, do we have a second for Ms. McDermott?
Second, Sheila.
Ms. Saban? Any question? Roll call, please.
Mr. Urban,
Yes.
Mr. Vogt,
Yes.
Mr. Griffith,
Yes.
Mr. Haas,
Yes.
Ms. House,
Yes.
Ms. McDermott,
Yes.
Mr. Perry,
Yes.
Ms. Radel,
Yes.
Ms. Stedman,
Yes.
Mr. Schnee,
Yes.
Mr. McGinley.
Yes.
Unanimous.
Thank you. Number 5, motion to adopt a resolution authorizing the county manager to execute a license agreement amendment between Luzerne County and American Towers LLC for the 911 tower site in Dallas Township. Do we have a motion?
So moved, Kendra.
Ms. Radel, do we have a second?
Second.
Schnee.
Mr. Snee? On the question? Roll call, please.
Mr. Vogt,
Yes.
Mr. Griffith,
Yes.
Mr. Haas,
Yes.
Ms. House,
Yes.
Ms. McDermott,
Yes.
Mr. Perry,
Yes.
Ms. Radel,
Yes.
Ms. Stedman,
Yes.
Mr. Schnee,
Yes.
Mr. Urban,
Yes.
Mr. McGinley.
Yes.
Unanimous.
Thank you. Number 6, motion to adopt a resolution authorizing the county manager to execute a tower lease agreement with Aqua, Pennsylvania Incorporated, and entering into an existing agreement of easement with Aqua, Pennsylvania Incorporated and Eagle Rock Resort Company to build a 911 communications tower site. We have a motion.
So move, Chris.
Mr. Perry, do we have a second for Mr. Perry?
Second, Leanne.
Ms. McDermott, on the question. Roll call, please.
Mr. Griffith,
Yes.
Mr. Haas,
Yes.
Ms. House,
Yes.
Ms. McDermott,
Yes.
Mr. Perry,
Yes.
Ms. Radel,
Yes.
Ms. Stedman,
Yes.
Mr. Schnee,
Yes.
Mr. Urban,
Yes.
Mr. Vogt,
Yes.
Mr. McGinley.
Yes.
Unanimous.
Thank you. Number 7, motion to adopt a resolution authorizing county manager to execute a land lease amendment between Luzerne County and the Borough of Freeland Municipal Authority for a 911 tower site in Foster Township. Do we have a motion? Mr. Schnee, do we have a second?
Second, Kendra.
Ms. Radel? On the question? Roll call, please.
Mr. Haas,
Yes.
House,
Yes.
Ms. McDermott,
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Ms. Radel?
Yes.
Ms. Sedman?
Yes.
Mr. Schnee?
Yes.
Mr. Urban?
Yes.
Mr. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith?
Yes, I'm sorry, Sharon, yes.
Mr. McGinley?
Yes,
Unanimous.
thank you. Down to number 8, motion to adopt a resolution authorizing the county manager to execute a tower license agreement, amendment with the American Tower Asset Sub LLC for the placement of additional 911 communications equipment in Nescopeck, PA. We have a motion.
So moved, Linda.
Ms. Houck, do we have a second?
Second, Leanne.
Ms. McDermott, on the question. Roll call, please.
Ms. House?
Yes.
Ms. McDermott?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Ms. Radel?
Yes.
Ms. Sedman?
Yes.
Mr. Schnee?
Yes.
Mr. Urban?
Yes.
Mr. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Griffith?
Yes.
Mr. Haas? Mr. Haas?
Yes.
Mr. McGinley?
Yes,
Unanimous.
thank you. Moving down to number 9, motion to adopt an ordinance amending the Luzerne County Administrative Code, Article 6, which is office and divisional responsibilities. This would be the final reading and adoption of this ordinance. Do we have a motion? Ms. Houck?
So moved. But I would like to make 2 amendments.
Okay, let's get the motion on the floor and then we'll go to the amendments, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Houck makes the motion. Do we have a second for Ms. Houck?
Second, Schnee.
Mr. Sneak. Ms. Houck, you want to go through the amendments?
Yes. So the first thing is actually in the ordinance itself. Ms. Sedman pointed out to me that there was an extra word in the ordinance, and I think it should be corrected. So under section 1 in the ordinance, it says to set more fully set forth, and I think it should just say to more fully set forth.
More
That's
fully
what-
set forth?
More fully. So that word set should be removed, that first set.
Okay.
Okay. And then in the
So
context
you make that
of,
motion? Do we have a second for Ms. Houck on that amendment? Mr. Sneak? Okay. You want to
Okay,
do the
and-
second one and we'll vote?
okay. And the other one is on page 15 of the document. And it's under organization of the division with budget and finance. In the middle of the page, item number D2 says the assessor's office, which shall carry out the responsibilities set forth above in paragraph C. Subparagraphs, it says 6 and 7, that should be 5 and 6.
Okay.
And then in number 5, the accounts payable department, right below that, which shall carry out the responsibilities set forth above in paragraph C, subparagraphs, and we will change it to 8, 9, 10, 11, 14, and 17.
Okay.
And that's all.
All right. You want to make that motion also?
Yes.
Mr. Sneak, would you second that one?
Second.
Okay. All right, the first amendment would be section 1, removing the extra word that's found in section 1. We have a motion and a second.
So moved. Oh,
No, we already have a motion and a second, so
you voted.
do roll call, please.
Are we, I'm sorry,
This is
are
on
we
the
amending
amendment, please?
for the ordinance only or the entire ordinance and code attached?
This is just the
Ms.
ordinance.
Lawrence, it's just the amendment where we remove the extra word that's found in section 1.
Okay, thank you. Ms. McDermott?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Ms. Radel?
Yes.
Ms. Stedman?
Yes.
Mr. Schnee?
Yes.
Mr. Urban?
Yes.
Mr. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Griffith?
Yes.
Mr. Haas?
Yes.
Ms. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. McGinley?
Yes,
Unanimous.
thank you. And then the second amendment by Ms. Houck, second by Mr. Sneed, page 15. Changing on the assessment's office 5 and 6 instead of 6 and 7. And we're changing account payable to make it 8, 9, 10, 11, 14, and 17. Roll call, please.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Ms. Radel?
Yes.
Ms. Stedman?
Yes.
Mr. Schnee? Mr. Urban?
Yes.
Mr. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Griffith?
Yes.
Mr. Haas?
Yes.
Ms. Howe?
Yes.
Ms. McDermott?
Yes.
Mr. McGinley?
Yes.
Unanimous.
Okay, now we're going to go back to the ordinance adoption. Motion by Ms. Houck, second by Mr. Snee with those two amendments that we just voted on. Roll call, please.
Ms. Radel?
Yes.
Ms. Stedman?
Yes.
Mr. Schnee?
Yes.
Mr. Urban?
Yes.
Mr. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Griffith?
Yes.
Mr. Haas?
Yes.
Ms. Howe?
Yes.
Ms. McDermott?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
McGinley?
Yes.
Unanimous.
Thank you. I'd like to say that, I want to thank Ms. Houck for doing a bulk of the work on this. She's been at it, like she said, for 2+ years, and it takes a long time, but we finally got through that part of it, and we appreciate that. Thank you. Down to number 10.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
It's Chris. One quick comment again on great work by a great committee. Couldn't be, I don't think anybody could do the job that you three did. I mean, it's great work.
Thank you. Number 10, motion to introduce the ordinance amending the Luzerne County zoning map to rezone 3 parcels of property totaling 6.51 acres in Union Township from HB Highway Business District to AG Agricultural District and R1 Single Family Residence District zones to HB Highway Business District and AG Agriculture District zones. Do we have a motion?
So moved, Linda.
Ms. Houck, do we have a second for Ms. Houck?
I'll second it. Walter?
Mr. Griffith? Again, this is the introduction, which will require 4 positive votes to introduce it. And this was something that was, Mr. Jones presented to us at our last work session 2 weeks before our meeting this evening. On the question? Roll call, please.
Ms. Stedman?
Yes.
Mr. Schnee?
Yes.
Mr. Urban?
Yes.
Mr. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Griffith?
Yes.
Mr. Haas?
Yes.
Howe?
Yes.
McDermott?
Yes.
Ms. Lawrence, are you muted? Ms. Lawrence, are you muted? That's what seems to be on my screen.
Now can you hear me?
Yes.
Got it.
Yep.
Okay, Mr. Perry,
Yes.
Ms. Radel,
Yeah.
Mr. McGinley,
Yes.
unanimous.
Thank you. Going to number 11, on the next page. Motion to adopt a resolution establishing a tax exemptions for the property tax for certain deteriorated industrial, commercial, or other business property, defining eligible deteriorated areas, setting a maximum exemption amount and an exemption schedule, and providing a procedure for obtaining an exemption. Do we have a motion?
So moved, Kendra.
Ms. Radel, do we have a second?
Second, Chris.
Mr. Perry. On the question, Attorney Favilla, you have your opportunity to speak at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
To first, I will first address Ms. Rakowski's concerns by saying that this property, this site has been zoned industrial since 1995, and more than 2 years ago, we started the development process and received permitted use approval from Hazleton City Zoning and Planning. In March of 2019, the trees were cleared from the site with the approval of EPA. We have been working with a number of state agencies in the course of our moving towards development, including PennDOT. We have received our highway occupancy permit. We have agreed to pay for a light at the entrance of our site on 309 south of Hazleton. And we are assisting in the planning and financing of PennDOT's project to expand the 424 and I-81 interchange, which is not too far from our property. Both the city and the Hazleton Area School District have unanimously approved our LERTA requests. And quite frankly, this is the first I've known about any concerns from Ms. Rakowski. And I say that because we have been working with the people in the Birchinall development since we started the planning process, and we are currently working with 4 or 5 adjoining property owners who have located items of theirs across our boundary line on our property, including sheds. In one case, I think an above ground pool, some trampolines, and so forth. So we're working with them as we speak. In fact, yesterday we actually made a communication with our on-site manager, a written communication that we translated to Spanish because one or two speak of the adjoining property owners spoke predominantly Spanish. I would respectfully submit that the issue that Ms. Rakowski raised is jurisdictionally an issue with the city of Hazleton, or something that is between her and us, and something certainly that we need to know about and would work with her on this, because we have in the past with adjoining property owners. And I would invite her to contact me. I'd like to see the pictures as well, Councilman Haas, because we'd want to be aware of it and want to address any concerns that she has. As for our requested resolution, as you know, at the May 25 council meeting, based on discussions that were had at that time, we have revised our request. And so that you know the specifics here, I think best be demonstrated on page 7, our proposed resolution. This is a two-phase project on land that is in excess of 100 acres. At the last meeting, it was requested that we do two things, that we provide information on the current land tax and to submit an exemption schedule illustrating less than 100% tax abatement, which we have done, and we have submitted with my narrative memorandum a spreadsheet that's entitled Hazleton Logistic Park Phase 1. That's our letter request. And in the block towards the bottom of the page in green, the left-hand column, we have provided the land tax. And as you move to the right, some of the improvement tax, the abatement schedule, and in the last column, are presenting to council what will be over the 10-year period total payments to the county that amount to $456,756. That's our estimation. I would also indicate to council that this is only phase 1 for a building estimated to be 1.2 million square feet. Phase 2 is also part of our resolution, as it is with the district, school district, and the city. The other building is planned to be about 500,000 square feet. So that building would be subject to the same exemption schedule, and in my estimation, once that building is up and the occupancy permit received, the county would stand to receive approximately another 200,000 or so in tax revenue based on this exemption schedule. So that would bring the total for the entire development, the two phases of the development, to well in excess of $600,000. So with that, I would invite any questions.
Questions for Attorney Chairman, or you have some other gentlemen on the line? Am I correct, Attorney?
Chairman McGinley?
I do.
Yes.
I do. I think Mike Alderman, our Senior Vice President, is also on, and perhaps Chris Fensel, who was on last time.
Chairman McGinley?
Yes.
This is Chris Fensel with Hillwood. I just wanted to reiterate Attorney Favella's comments regarding this site. This has been a former strip mine that has sat vacant for decades and is appropriately zoned for the industrial proposed warehouse distribution development. And we certainly are sensitive to the neighbors and what a disturbance construction activity of this magnitude can be. So I appreciate that Attorney Favela requested Mrs. Rutkowski's information, and the other gentleman, I didn't happen to get his name, but we certainly have been communicating with residents and would gladly meet with Mrs. Rutkowski to see, just discuss more what her concerns are. But again, this is an appropriately zoned site for this development activity, and we have commenced construction pursuant to approved land development approvals. Even the Luzerne County Planning Commission has recommended approval of the plan. They've been in place for close to 2 years. So we appreciate the comments that we heard tonight, and we will address them given that opportunity. But we also respectfully request that the council approve the resolution as proposed this evening. And it's the same proposal that was approved 2 weeks ago for the North Point development that was before you. So again, thank you for your time and appreciate passage of the resolution.
Thank you. Questions from council?
Mr. Chair, if I could?
Go ahead, Mr. Huss.
Yeah, just a few questions, gentlemen. Thanks for coming out and for being available. Number one, just with Ms. Rakowski, and it sounded like there were other concerned folks there in the immediate neighborhood about this project. And so you're saying that Hazleton City Council fully aware of the whole process, totally aware of the planning and zoning issues, and it was advertised appropriately, everything like that is squared away?
Absolutely. It was approved, again, over 2 years ago, went through the saldo and subdivision process. There were public meetings, and we received the appropriate approvals for the plan. We have all the required permits for the earth disturbance that's been commenced. And in the next 60 days or so, we will start going vertical with the building construction.
Yeah. If I may,
it seems like I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Pavel.
No, sorry about that. I'll supplement that. None of our approvals were appealed to court. None of them. Not the zoning, not the planning. None of the DEP permits or the PennDOT permits were appealed either to Luzerne County Court or a state agency. None.
Mr. Haas, you have more questions?
Yeah, well, I just really like to see her. Before we really move on that, I'd like to see all the neighbors, make sure they're satisfied and they're aware of their rights and everything, just to be sure about that. That's very important. We've done that before here. Remember a couple years ago, council, they wanted to put a Dollar General down in Holland Creek, and a lot of people were against it, and we voted it down because the immediate neighbors were very upset with it. But nonetheless, I think they have a right to be heard. My questions, I've got several, if I could. On section 4.1.1, I think it's on page 202 of your work packet, everybody. It says the name of the owner or owners of the deteriorated area. And it sounds like that you've been working on the property. So this LLC clearly owns the property now and the work has begun. Who are the owner or owners of the property?
The current landowner is a special purpose entity for this development called NEPA 309 Building LLC. So Hillwood, in all of our development activity, we put the development into a special purpose entity.
Okay. So we don't know who owns it.
Hillwood owns it. It's a wholly owned subsidiary of Hillwood.
Oh, Hillwood. Okay.
This is Lisa Rakowski. I'm still on the line.
Wait a minute, Ms. Rakowski, council's, this is a council meeting, so please hold your comments. Mr. Haas, do you have other questions?
Sure, a few more. So in section 5.1, the termination date, want to know why it says December 31st, 2040. The LRTA would only go for 10 years. So why don't we switch that to December 31st, 2021? If you can explain that. I don't recall seeing such a long time here in a lot of these development projects.
Connie, I'll
I'll
refer to you, but
yeah, I can address that, Councilman. First of all, that mimics the ordinance passed by the city, who is the taxing body under the LRTA statute. And secondly, it takes into consideration not only our project, although I think our project will be both phases well developed, fully developed long before 2040, but it takes into consideration, let's say, a project like Hazleton Creek or Mr. Miles' project from last week. In many cases, at least in my experience, developers come in and ask for the LRTA first, and then they start the permitting process. We've kind of flipped the table on that, and we fully expect that we're going to have 2 buildings up and paying taxes long before 2040. But to specifically answer your question, Councilman, it does mimic what is in the Hazleton ordinance, and that's the reason it's there. Actually, this property was under Hazleton ordinance before this, and that expired. So we came in to Hazleton and got a new ordinance, and that's why that extended time period is there.
And just for clarity's sake, so we have our full land development approval for what we call phase one. It's 1.4 million square feet. We're actually constructing 1.2, so there's a little expansion component there. But phase two, which is approximately 600,000 square feet, has yet to go through the land development process. So that may take a while. We do anticipate that we're going to get started with that soon, but it's hard to put a timeline on that actual construction schedule today.
Yeah, I know it's presumptive building, but I just want to make sure that we don't see these renewals pop up. We've seen this many times in the years past as well. Owner sits on the property, nothing happens, then decades go by and we've still got these KOZs and LERDAs hanging out there. And so, I mean, can you give us some reassurance that, you know, that you'll stick to your word, and can we do that in writing so that the property is moving forward and, you know, we get the best deal for the taxpayer?
Yeah, I would say yes, Councilman. I mean, the best guarantee I could give you is that Hillwood has invested quite a bit of money. And that was my point about saying that we're not asking for alerta and saying we will develop it. This site is under development right now. We've got our permits for phase one, and we're actually doing site preparation. And as Mr. Fensel said, we expect to go vertical in a couple months. So at the very least, it wouldn't make sense for us to sit on this. There's money invested, and we need to get it up. And I think the market is this is a good time for it. Good time for development. And as you know, the sooner we get the building up and open, the sooner all the taxing bodies will get revenue.
Well, that's why he spoke before about, speaking of that, the Hazleton contract, he said it mimicked Hazleton's, but I'm looking at the exemption schedule on page 212 to 213. That does not mimic Hazleton's schedule.
No, I wasn't talking about the exemption schedule.
But I mean, the whole contract, though, what's good for the goose should be good for the gander. And we've got, you know, North Point, you copy theirs, but Hazleton City has 90% forgiveness for years through 5. Luzerne County, it's 90. So county taxpayers are fitting the bill for a Hazleton City project. I don't know. I just find that out of all my questions, that one is kind of offensive to me. Actually, it is offensive because in year 10, there's no abatement whatsoever, but Luzerne County taxpayers are still going to be coughing up 60%. So I'd really like to see you to change that at this point to match or to mimic Hazleton City's schedule. I would really appreciate that.
If I may, this is Mike Alderman with Hillwood NEPA Building 309 LLC. Sure. I work with Chris Fensel. The city, after issuing our LERTA, had issued another LERTA where they actually increased the abatement schedule to 100% for 10 years. We've had informal discussions with the city where they've indicated that they plan to treat all the industrial properties equally in the city, and they plan to amend ours. So we've submitted a request to our amendment with the city so that we'd be on equal footing with the other industrial property that the city subsequently gave alerted to. As it relates to the resolution that you have before you, we match the abatement schedule that you recently approved. For the same logic, we assume that the county would want to treat industrial development, economic development properties on an equal basis and not play favorites with one over another. So it was simply out of that matter of being consistent with other county properties that you have what's in front of you. And we appreciate considering that. There are over a dozen similar or larger size properties that have LERTA tax abatements in Luzerne and Lackawanna and Schuylkill counties. It's become the standard for practice for these large sites. Hillwood actually took the added step, we think, of trying to help economic development by buying the land in good faith. Many of the other sites are just controlled under contract. And then we took the extra step of starting the site work because many companies that occupy big buildings just don't have the time to wait for construction. So we thought the best thing we could do for the county and for the city and the school district is to move quickly and put more money at risk to buy the land and to start the site work so that if there was a company in this fast moving economy that needed a facility, that this would be a better economic opportunity for them and for the region. So I appreciate you letting me say those things, and I appreciate your consideration of the resolution. Thank you.
No, thank you. And, you know, I'm not a developer. I understand development and I understand time is money. But you got to understand, Mr. Alman, by the very nature of us considering this, we're playing favorites. This is why I can't stand these LERTAs and these KOZs. The average person, the average taxpayer, the average business person out there is going, where's my KOZ? Where's my LERTA? And it's that North Point, I voted for that one last time. That I still was very uncomfortable with that because this is what happens here. We're putting money in places when we're adding value just by the nature of giving these tax abatements. It's not fair to the average person out there. I appreciate you all taking a risk. I appreciate you developing those lands. And Hazleton, I know it very well. I know 924. But at the same time, you got to understand our perspective. And when you give us a schedule, and it was all different last week, the school board and then Hazleton City and then Luzerne County, we all have 3 different proposals from your firm. It doesn't sit well with me at all. And I think a lot of people are scratching their heads saying, what is up with this? And now you're telling us that Hazleton City is going to go back and they're going to change their schedule. I mean, how about you change our schedule to match Hazleton City? And I don't want to be combative here, but this is, I can understand a lot of my concerns I have with this. And I hope the other council members can also see the frustrations here. And then we've got some neighbors, it looks like they're somehow in the dark about this too, which it doesn't sit well with me either. I haven't seen that before with other people, how residents don't know what's going on here. So Mr. Chair, I motion we postpone this or table this or something. I think there's a lot of unanswered questions here.
Made a motion, Mr. Haas?
Yes, sir.
The table?
I'll
Table,
yes.
Mr. Haas?
Pending
I'll
a
second
lot
that
of
motion.
answers and a lot of negotiation.
Excuse me, you made a motion to table, Mr. Haas, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Griffith, you want to second that, you said?
Yes, yes,
Okay,
absolutely.
a motion to table and a second. No further discussion. Roll call, please.
Mr. Schneek,
No.
Mr. Urban,
Yes.
Mr. Vogt,
No.
Mr. Griffith,
Yes.
Mr. Hawes,
Yes.
Ms. Hauk,
Yes.
McDermott,
Yes.
Mr. Perry,
No.
Ms. Radel,
No.
Ms. Sedman, Ms.
Ms.
Sedman,
Sedman, I think you're muted.
Yes.
Mr. McGinley,
No.
6 yes, 5 no.
Motion to table passes. No further discussion. Moving down to number 12. This is in regards to the manager search committee. I had provided the council a timeline that we used back in 2015-16, and also an advertisement that was used at that time. And at this time, I would like to have a motion to approve the timeline as presented to council. We have a motion?
So moved, Sheila.
We have a second for Ms. Saban.
Second, Kendra?
Ms. Radel? On the question?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a couple amendments if I could.
Couple of amendments to the timeline?
Yes, please. And forgive me, I know we did this 5 years ago, but I don't know if this was just exactly what we did.
That's what we did.
that timer. But number one, I'd like to on page 235. I think Mr. Abel brought up a good point. I'd like to remove the section requiring a bachelor's degree. So if we could remove the language that says
On the timeline?
I can do that first. I can do that first if you want the timeline. I can do that first.
Yeah, timeline is what we're doing right now, Mr. Haas.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. I forgive me. On page 233, Council, of the timeline, 233 and 234, I counted up all the weeks, and it's going to amount to 28 weeks, which is 7 months. That puts us right at the end of the year. I would like to see us have a manager in the chair before that time, before the next year, obviously. And I'd like to see if we can shorten that down. So I think I found 4 easy ways to do that. On the timeline, if you look at the section where it says the advertisement is published in 4 newspapers, if we could switch that down from 3 weeks to 2 weeks, I think that's more than enough time. People that are looking for this job, they're not going to play willy-nilly. I think if they're going to leave the county, they can probably leave their own lives and their choices like that. I'd like to shorten that to 2 weeks.
Mr. Haas,
Yes.
can I make one comment?
Sure.
This is only an estimated time. Certainly, we would like to move it more expeditiously, I believe. But that's to allow enough time. So if it's 2 weeks, that's fine. You know, if it comes down to 1 week, that's even better. It's only an estimated time frame. Okay?
All right, so I'm just amending the estimated times, if that's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. Sure. I just
Okay.
want to point
Sure.
that out. It's just an estimate. It certainly is not the Bible per se.
Right. I just want to make sure we're on target. We give ourselves and the process the scope that it needs and the timeliness that the county residents need. So the next one would be the county, oh gosh, I can't read my own writing. County email screens, county council screens the participants. It says 1 to 2 weeks. I think we could do that in 1 week if we're only going to have 3 to 5 people selected. I think we did that last time. We really moved through on that. I believe we did a couple on the same night. So I'd like to see that instead of 1 to 2 weeks, 1 week. The qualified, the qualifications report from county council, instead of 3 weeks, I'd like to see 2 weeks on that. And lastly, the applications are going to be reviewed by human resources from 4 weeks down to 3 weeks. So altogether, that saves us 4 weeks. It gets us to the end of November. And then aside from balancing budget time, we can also select a manager and get her done. Have a Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and Happy New Year.
Just so we go back, I want to comment on a couple of things for Mr. Haas.
Sure.
Number one, 2 weeks for the advertisement. I think that might be able to work, but the screening of the candidates, that took us more than 1 week. That took us a full 2 weeks the last time. And I think by the time we get the information from the candidates, review it, if we want to have interviews and then have a selection, voting, it's going to take probably very close to 2 weeks. On the 3 weeks to 2 weeks, the next item that you indicated there, that's in the hands of the search committee, obviously, because at that point, the search committee will have been appointed and they will take over the process of working on getting candidates for the council manager position. And then the last item, 4 weeks. Now the 4 weeks was the whole thing from the state and national organizations all the way down to the interview process. It was not just screened by the human resources. The background checks, the reference checks, that was all part of the 4 weeks. Maybe that wasn't clear.
Mm-hmm. Well, again, I've got no problem with having the time. Like you said, it's not the Bible, so I don't have a problem if we fall behind the amended timeline suggestion. I just think if you don't ask and if you don't strive for it, you're not going to get it. We see that in school, we see it online, we see that with KOZs and LERTs. If you don't ask, you're not going to get it. So I think if we could do this, keep to the schedule, shoot for December 1st, because we've been there before. We've been in a place where it's crunch time and it gets really busy. So I'd appreciate, I'll make that motion. If nobody wants a second, that's fine, but I think we could do it. And it still gives us 6 to get our management, our executive branch up and running again.
Okay.
Question question, Mr. McGinley. Can Harry put down?
He made a motion, so do we have a second for Mr. Haas?
I'll second that, Walter.
Okay. Now, Ms. Saban, go ahead.
I wanted to see a maximum. You know, there's no reason less if they want to do it, Harry, but I'd rather see those items that you're saying reduce to the maximum time. And that indicates that you can do it in a shorter period of time.
Okay. Anyone else on the question?
Yes, and Mr. McGinley, it's Mr. Griffith.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I agree with Harry. I think if we make a target, much like we set goals and agendas that we need to try and hit, if we make them realistic, which I think Harry's amendment is realistic, I think a committee selected by county council, 1 to 2 weeks is really a lot. I think you can get that done in 1 week. I think the county council screening candidates, 1 to 2 weeks is 1 week is plenty. You only have 5 people you have to screen. Well, not 5 people, but I mean, depending on how many applicants you get. But there's 5 days in a week. We don't have to only meet once a week. I mean, I work too, but this is important to the county to get this done. I am not adverse to working more than 1 day a week here on this council. I mean, not once every 2 weeks for sure. I mean, I think there's a lot of work to be done. And when council first started in 2012, when Home Rule first took over, you guys spent hours till 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. I remember those meetings, and so do you. That it was important to get the work done. So let's just decide to make our timelines tight. Let's get it done. We're going to have budget time and stuff. We have a lot of things to get done. I think Harry's amendment's not unreasonable. And if we happen to go over, by a day or two or something like that, I don't think it's going to, you could always make it up somewhere else along the timeline. But I think these numbers here are a little bit exorbitant. And I get the fact that if you put 3 weeks and you get it in 2, but let's be realistic. We're all human beings. When it says 3 weeks, more than likely we're going to take 3 weeks. We see that happen in the county all the time. We can't get responses when we put a deadline. We're approving contracts that are expired, for goodness sake. So let's make the timelines tight. Let's meet the deadlines, and let's do the work of the people and get it done. If we have to work extra days, so be it. I have no problem with that.
Mr. McGinley?
Yeah, Ms. Houck, go ahead.
Yes, it's Linda. I'm actually the one that drafted this timeline back in 2015 because we needed to have an estimate of how much time it might take. And those, if you recall, we actually started the process of selecting the search committee in December, but it was right before the change in the year. And so they really did not hit the ground running until January. It was, because there was Christmas and New Year's in the middle, although they did some work. But if you recall, also, I believe we appointed a new manager in May. Mm-hmm. So even though the timeline might have, there was a rough idea that it could take up to the times that were listed there, they did proceed much faster, and we had a new manager named within 5 months of the, after the former manager left. I don't really see a problem with these as estimates. I don't want to see a timeline on it that someone is held to, because as we found out with the last search process, there were issues about advertising, and there were some screening tools, and getting the proper access to some of the screening tools that the search committee wanted to use. And so there's some flexibility there. When I laid this out, I laid it out as an idea of how it could progress, not the gospel according to Linda. And I'd be happy to just leave it this way.
Okay. Anyone else? If not, I would like to point out a couple more things. If we indeed move on this tonight and move on the advertisement, essentially we've eliminated probably 4 weeks out of this timeline, because we'll be placing an advertisement in the paper later this week. So we'll be 4 or 5 weeks ahead of schedule. I echo what Ms. Houck said. I think this is very important that we have some kind of guideline. I think it's particularly important down the bottom there where we have applicants, that we do the background checks, that we check the references. Those are critical elements that we want to make sure that everything the applicants has brought forward is correct and is supported by the references or background checks. So I would not want to change that. So anybody else? All right, we're going to vote on
Mr. McGinley, if I could just add, Mr. McGinley, if I could add one more quick item to that conversation, is when we did the search for, well, when council did the search in 2015 for the manager to replace Mr. Lawton, that was at the end of an election year, quite honestly. The new people came in 2016 when the search committee was already impaneled and doing their work, bringing their results back to the newly elected council. This way, it'll be totally different. Now we'll do the search. The search committee will get together to interview candidates, and at some point, there'll be a whole new panel of candidates come in, possibly in November, that will not be able to see that process or be a part of that process of the search. And that's why I think it's important that we move it up, so that this council, who is going to be part of the search committee and get the information from the search committee, makes the informed decision to hire the manager, as opposed to bringing in new people in January who get elected that have no knowledge of what the search committee brought or said, because they're not part of that. These people who are running for office right now are not part of the search committee's findings or criteria. So they're not going to get that benefit. Are we going to be able to bring them up to speed in January, and on top of all the other things that they get on their plate, to say, okay, and here, now while you're brand new on the job, you got to open up the budget if that's what you want to do, and you got to pick a manager. That's an awful lot of a brand new candidate.
Mr. McGinley,
Yes,
with respect, Mr. Griffith, that is exactly what 11 people did in 2012. We opened up the budget and we had to select a manager. That is exactly what we did. And government goes on with people who are running for office need to be paying attention to what's going on. If they want to be on the council, they need to be paying attention to what's going on. The criteria for the manager is not going to be a secret. The job description is not going to be a secret. The advertisement and the whole process is not a secret. That's exactly why we're talking about it here. And if somebody is running for council and not paying attention to this, well, I don't have an answer for that. But all I can say is you expect a set of new people to walk in on the job and open up the budget and select a new manager. It's been done here.
Okay. So we have a motion by Mr. Haas, second by Mr. Griffith to change the schedule as Mr. Haas indicated. If you vote.
If I could,
yes.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. I got one more comment. Just for the record, I really like the Gospel of Linda. I like that gospel. I do. But going back to this, that was the year without a Christmas, if you remember. That was a busy, busy time. I'd rather not do the work too and right off to the sunset. But I think what Walter says carries a lot of weight. People are here and we're vested now. Just make sure that we don't want to have budget and manager stuff all at the same time. I think we need to truncate the timeline a little bit. Thank you.
Okay. Everybody clear about the amendment proposed by Mr. Haas? If you vote yes, there'll be those corrections. If you vote no, the timeline will stay as presented. Roll call, please.
Mr. Urban?
Yes.
Mr. Vogt?
No.
Mr. Griffith?
Yes.
Mr. Haas?
Yes.
Ms. Howe?
No.
Ms. McDermott?
No.
Mr. Perry?
No.
Ms. Radel?
No.
Ms. Devon?
No.
Mr. Schnee?
No.
Mr. McGinley?
No.
3 yes, 8 no.
Okay. So we had a motion to approve the timeline as presented by Ms. Saban, second by Ms. Radel. Roll call, please.
Mr. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Griffith?
No.
Mr. Haas? Mr. Haas?
Sorry, Ms. Lawrence. No.
Ms. Howe?
Yes.
Ms. McDermott?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Ms. Radel?
Yes.
Ms. Edmond?
Yes.
Mr. Schnee?
Yes.
Mr. Urban?
No.
Mr. McGinley?
Yes,
Yes, 3 no.
okay. Now we'll move to Part B, which is the advertisement for the search committee members. And this is the advertisement that was used with some subtle changes, date and Miss Lawrence's name, et cetera, back in 2015, 16. Do we have a motion?
So moved, Kendra?
Ms. Radel, do we have a second?
Second.
Second, Ms. Saban?
Mr. McKinley, it's Kendra.
Go ahead.
I'm suggesting amending the second line of the second paragraph. Will possess a bachelor's degree or equivalent experience and have
Okay.
experience in the job selection.
Equivalent experience.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Wait a minute, 1 second. Am I correct on that, Ms. Radel? Equivalent experience?
Yep, bachelor's degree or equivalent experience, yes.
Thank you.
And then
So-
just continue on from there.
All right, Ms. Radel, you're making that motion. Do we have a second for Ms. Radel?
Yes. Sheila.
Well, second, Ms. Saban. On that amendment proposed by Ms. Radel. Question?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, go ahead.
it's Mr. Griffith. I totally disagree with that. Or equivalent experience. Well, I wonder who's gonna make that determination. We see how that works out in the county. Equivalent experience, okay. Well, I don't know where that determination comes from. And who makes that determination of equivalent experience is equal to a bachelor's degree or equivalent. So I think it's appropriate for us to not have that language at all. I think we should get qualified individuals who sit on a search committee. A piece of paper does not make you a qualified individual. You could run a business all of your life, and that would not be equivalent experience for a search job. For instance, my job, owning Rudder Auto Service for 30 years, that would not be equivalent experience because I never hired anybody. But I'm very knowledgeable to be able to do a screening as a search committee person, but I would be disqualified or equivalent experience. That's a very broad term. And it leaves us wide open for the ability for people on this council to say, well, we don't want that person because they don't have quote unquote qualified experience. I just think that is a very broad term. If you want to narrow it down, I'm all ears for that, but I don't think we should do that bachelor's degree or equivalency nonsense. I think that just leaves it wide open for abilities for us to screen our candidates and say who we're going to accept as candidates. And I don't think it's appropriate. It's a search committee. It's just not anything more than that. We can get qualified people who are knowledgeable to be able to do that without saying you have to have a bachelor's degree or equivalency.
Anyone else have a question, Ms. Saban?
Yes. Well, I think someone, maybe Mr. Carr brought it up on the email, and then I did some research, and there really were, other than jobs that they explained as specialty jobs, such as accountants, lawyers, that type of thing, really, there are practically no jobs out there, even in government or anything like that, that require a bachelor's degree. I think that I would hope that I have a specific issue from years ago where PSEA would not hire a person unless they had a college degree. And yet there was an incredible mediator that did that work every day for years. And yet he was kept out of the mix for selecting him, and he would have been a better mediator than anybody. So I have learned kind of my lesson on that, and I think I think relevant experience, you can be a judge of that. You can be a judge if the bachelor's degree came from who knows what university versus Wilkes, University of Scranton, Marywood, wherever. I mean, those are judgment calls. That's what they are.
Anyone else on the question? If not, we have a amendment proposed by Ms. Radel to add the term equivalent experience after bachelor's degree and or equivalent experience, and then proceed with the rest of the advertisement.
I wish Mr. McGinley, I wish we could change the charter to put that language in the charter in order to run for this position. That's the qualification for this position. That would be wonderful. Then that would be a great thing. But we don't do that for elected officials who run a government with $400 million. But we're going to put that on a search committee who's going to pick a manager who they don't even pick. They just bring recommendations. This is ludicrous.
Okay. Roll call, please. And if you vote yes, the amendment proposed by Ms. Radel becomes part of the advertisement. Roll call, please.
Mr. Griffith,
Absolutely not.
Mr. Hogg,
Yes.
Ms. Howe,
No.
Ms. McDermott,
Yes.
Mr. Perry,
Yes.
Ms. Radel,
Yes.
Ms. Sedman,
Yes.
Mr. Schnee,
No.
Mr. Urban,
No.
Mr. Vogt,
Yes.
Mr. McGinley,
Yes.
seven yes, 4 no.
Okay, the amendment passes.
Unbelievable. Now,
Going to,
Mr. Chair, to clarify, that was to remove the possess a bachelor's degree language?
no.
No, it
that
was not.
No, Harry, that was to put the equivalent experience in the advertisement.
I want to change my vote. No, I want to remove the bachelor's degree entirely.
No, that wasn't the amendment that was proposed. So you want to change your vote, so it'd be
Yes,
6-5
please.
instead of 7-4?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right. Now we're going to vote on the advertisement with the amendment. Ms. Radel and Ms. Saban made the motion in a second. Roll call, please.
Mr. Hogg,
No.
Ms. Howe,
Yes.
Ms. McDermott,
Yes.
Mr. Perry,
Yes.
Ms. Radel,
Yes.
Ms. Sedman,
Yes.
Mr. Schnee,
No.
Mr. Urban,
No.
Mr. Vogt,
Yes.
Mr. Griffith,
Absolutely not.
Mr. McGinley,
Yes.
7 yes, 4 no.
Thank you. We added number 13 to our agenda. A motion to accept the resignation of the county manager per the terms of the contract. Do we have a motion?
So moved, Linda.
Ms. Hauk? We have a second for Ms. Hauk.
Second, Kendra.
Ms. Radel? On the question?
On the question?
Yes.
Okay. As per the contract, we need to outline what the contract states. Who voted for the contract? Because I think it's very, very important that people know that we voted for a contract for a manager who in the charter, it clearly states is an at-will employee hired by council. That's the biggest problem I have in the fact is that we voted for a contract for a manager who's hired by the charter by county council that says he's not supposed to have a contract. He's an at-will employee by council. Council changes every 2 years. If we give a contract to an individual who elected officials are supposed to hire every 2 years, that hamstrings that council from removing him if there's provisions in his contract that cost the taxpayers money. So they can't physically remove the manager because somebody in a previous council gave the manager a contract which gave him a golden parachute of $27,000. That is insanity. We're paying out here a compensation package that nobody is aware of. We're going to accept his resignation based on his contract, but the general public does not know what his contract says. The contract says that he will get paid his vacation, sick, and personal days according to our personnel policy. That's the contract that was signed by many members on this council that signed this contract. And he's supposed to follow the personnel policy according to his contract, but he does not. We do not approve his time off. He takes time off when he wants, and he sends that information to HR, and HR takes it away from his time. That is forbidden in our personnel policy. Our personnel policy says a person's own tally is not a valid document to be paid time off. So in his contract, it says he's going to get that time, which equals out to $16,000, just for the people to know. In the contract also that this council approved back in 2016, some members, I should say, they approved the contract to give him a severance pay. The severance package also pays the manager for 1 month's salary upon his resignation, upon his separation from employment. Now, we purposely left the word separation vague. I don't know, but separation to me has a lot of different meanings. I think if the manager resigns, that's on him. He should not get a severance package. But we're going to give this manager a whole month's salary because he's resigning, on top of his sick, annual, and vacation time, on top of 1 month health care while he's not even working here anymore. So we're going to pay his health care from July the 6th until August the 6th, and he's not even going to be working here. This is a really good contract. I'm glad I wasn't on council at the time when you adopted it, because I would have never, ever even stand quietly as you folks did that. But this manager is going to walk out the door with $27,000 based on his resignation. Whether we accept it or we don't, he's going to walk out with that kind of money. So, I mean, we can accept his resignation. I would say we accept his resignation based on the fact that he does not get a severance package or his benefits. But that's an amendment that I would have to make somewhere along the line. But I will not vote to accept his resignation based on that information.
Other people, questions?
Mr. McGinley, I understand where Walter's coming from. However, there is a contract. The contract is there. And we are obligated under that contract, whether he's an at-will employee or not. We are obligated to the terms of that contract. And I also think that, we don't want to cause any more issues in terms of financial problems for the county. And I believe that David, and he'd probably have every right to sue us and have litigation that'll cost us a heck of a lot more than what he's taking out of here. I just think it's the thing we have to do for everybody's sake.
Okay,
And Mr.
anyone
McGinley?
else? Hold on, anyone
Okay.
else, please?
Yes, Urban.
Go ahead, Ms. Urban.
Once again, I mean, I have to publicly state, it's almost like we're rewarding bad behavior and getting kicked in the teeth again, and asking to be kicked again. I mean, quite honestly, under manager's Pedri's watch, I mean, we've had so much litigation that we've had to settle under his management structure. We've basically at every turn we're always getting black eyes. I mean, it's just like, okay, here's money, get out. But the fact is that it's an insult to all the taxpayers of Luzerne County. And quite honestly, I'm hoping that we will take the reins with the next the next manager hire, not have anything that's going to hamstring any council in the future to any type of payment, and that we have, individuals on council that take the responsibility to be an actual board of directors and track a manager's time and his compensation. If he's looking for a vacation, he needs to come to us. I mean, he's one of two, he or she is one of two, hires that we're responsible for, and we need to track that time accordingly, not just take a manager's word carte blanche He can come and go as he pleases. You know, that's a different position when you're at the top of the food chain. And quite honestly, you know, I can't wait to see, you know, Mr. Pedri leave. I mean, at this point, I'm kind of torn, but give him his money and let's just have him get out and cut his security off immediately.
Any other members of council?
Mr. Chair, you know,
Go ahead, Ms.
if
Ross.
I may,
Certainly.
you know, we're not a Fortune 500 company here, and that counts a majority of the vote for this. I don't know what they were doing at the time. Some people are still here at the table, but yeah, we spoke about it at the time. It was a terrible vote, and here we are. Here are the consequences for it. I also totally understand what Phil's saying. We have to honor contracts. The contract is what it is, but there's also some things there. And Mr. Griffin, you want to make an amendment about some of the fluff that is a little more up for debate? Because I agree, a severance is for when somebody is terminated. It's not when you voluntarily leave for another job. That's not what I'm not even a contract lawyer. Come on.
That's not true.
Okay. Ms. Ross, you're done? Okay. Anyone else?
Sheila again, I'm sorry. I'm taking
Wait a minute, Mr. Griffith, then Ms. Segment. Go ahead,
Okay.
Mr. Griffith.
Okay, and I just want to address Ms. Saidman's point is, yes, a contract is a contract, and I certainly agree that we have to honor a contract that was duly signed. But Mr. Pedri has the obligation to follow the contract as well. And there are members of this council, Ms. Saidman, you're one of them, that voted for this contract, along with Bobby Schnee and Matt Vogue and Chris Perry and Mr. McGinley voted for this contract. And this contract is very lucrative for Mr. Pedri. And it ties the hands of future councils that back in the day when it was signed. But the contract clearly states in there that it says in his contract, I will read the section, upon separation from employment, you shall be entitled to reimbursement for all unused vacation, sick, and personal days, subject to the terms and conditions set forth in standard Luzerne County policies and procedures for exempt management level employees. That section of the contract says that Mr. Pedri had an obligation to follow the Luzerne County personnel policy. The personnel policy in section C of Administration 6.1 says an employee's personally kept file of time off will not be recognized as an official record, nor used as a basis for determining carryover or payment of unused leave upon termination of employment. The Human Resources Department record shall be considered official for these purposes. Mr. Pedri never got approval from this council to take time off. We are his supervisor. Contrary to what most people believe, we are his supervisor. He has an obligation to send a letter to council and say, I want to take this week off, or I'm taking this week off. We can't approve it or authorize it because he's obviously the manager, but we have a right to know as our employee what time he takes off so we could document it. Mr. Lawton punched the time clock. There was a big difference. Mr. Lawton punched the time clock and we paid him $8,000 when he left, and nobody even on council knew that they paid him. Mr. Urban doesn't even know we gave him the money, and he was sitting on council. That's how non-transparent this whole process is, along with Brittany Ward. This has to stop. This lack of transparency for the people by this body should stop. If we're going to pay these kind of benefits out, the people should know that. So when it comes time to vote, they can vote accordingly. If we're going to approve $27,000 for this guy, there's some people that probably don't make that in a whole year working. And we're giving it to him as walking out the door money on top of his $137,000 salary. This is insanity. And I agree with you, Ms. Saidman, a contract is a contract. But I just don't think that this council should have even thought about approving this contract. It is what it is now. And there's not much I can do because I wasn't there to approve this contract. But there are people that approved this contract that should be held accountable for that.
Ms. Saidman?
Yes. Okay. First of all, I don't know where Walter or Harry are getting this idea that a severance pay does not happen when you leave on your own accord. That is not true. I've worked for banks, corporations. There are golden parachutes given all the time under their special issues. When they want to leave, they want to take another job, they move up. I never heard of that idea. The other thing is, if it's a terrible contract that we entered into, perhaps it was inappropriate, but the thing is, you change it. You don't screw a contract in the middle. You don't turn it around and ask for litigation. You do what is expected of you. This idea of the sick days and reporting them to us, was he ever told that? Was he ever told, David, you can't take those sick days or because you have to send it in to county council? He was never told that. I don't believe. You cannot do that then. It's wrong. And I also think that, I know you're all very upset. I know the public's upset. You're blaming David for the last election, for many things. But you also have to be fair in terms of the good things that he did for this. The good things that he did in terms of our budget, in terms of bringing down our debt, in terms of getting us the best credit rating that we've ever had as a council. There are numerous things, positive things that David Pedri did. And so I just don't get it. Deal with it. He has a contract.
Okay, anyone else on council?
I just want to.
Go ahead, Ms. Howard.
Yep, I would just say, Sheila, it is in the contract, but whether he knew what he was expected to do, he should have. He was the county solicitor first. He knew the personnel code inside and out, defended the personnel code in instances with other employees. So he certainly knew what was expected of employees, including high-level management employees. And it is what it is, as you say, it is a contract. But I am one of the people that voted against it, and this is one of the reasons why I voted against not only this, but the one that preceded it. So that's all I have to say.
Okay. Anyone else?
I just wanted to
say. Excuse me?
I was going to chime in here real quick.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, Mr.
I have to echo Ms. Hauk's sentiments too. It's just these golden parachutes. I mean, the money that we're giving out to it, not only Mr. Pedri, but previous employees that, I was on council from 2012 to 2016, not even knowing that Mr. Lawton got money on the way out the door. So there needs to be some full disclosure going forward, and a lot of it, quite honestly, this is the taxpayers' money. We want to be good stewards of it. It's a travesty when we have to pay something like this because, the contract was written poorly. Being a county manager and being an attorney as well, his job was to execute the policies and procedures of Luzerne County. That includes following the personnel code. And quite honestly, if he didn't do that, shame on him and shame on us for not following up with that. But going forward, I think, this is a tough lesson to learn. It's a bitter pill to swallow. It's quite honestly not going to happen again, at least under my watch, because I will hold all my colleagues to task going forward with something like this, and I can promise you, I will not vote for a manager going forward that doesn't clean house going forward. So, you can bet my words on that.
Okay. Anyone else?
One last word, Mr. Chair, be quick. If I couldn't, Harry Haas.
Yeah, we're waiting. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I agree with Sheila. Dave has done some good things, and I've never turned nasty. I haven't been that, but again, it's you, council majority. You're the ones that are not holding him accountable when the things that have gone wrong. So, we got to have our stake in this too. But it's never been personal, and wish Dave the best. But again, going forward, new contract. Let's tighten the belt. That was an easy one, and that was a quick, hasty vote. Did not turn out well. We're paying the price now.
Anyone else? All right, I just have one comment. The manager's position is part of the executive branch, as we well know. So obviously, some of the comments made regarding granting permission or asking permission for time off, etc., they're a separate branch of government, and I don't believe that would be the case. I think going back, way back to 2012 or 13, the council was specifically told that the manager is part of the executive branch. You know, we are not the supervisor of the manager. I'll make that comment. So we have a motion.
Wait, one more thing, Mr. McKinley. I'm sorry. If I remember correctly, reading in the paper this past weekend, tonight, if it's the Epi Awards, David is being honored as an innovative leader. I believe he is. And I think it also, I mean, we have to look at it big picture wise. And, you know, there were definitely some things council did wrong. I doubt, as Mr. Urban said, they will ever happen again. I certainly hope not. But I think it's somewhat, I don't know, such disparity between how he's being honored tonight by an entire community and how we are just insulting him.
Okay. We have a motion to accept the resignation of county manager per the terms of the contract by Ms. Hauk, second by Ms. Radel. Roll call, please.
Ms. Hauk,
Yes.
Ms. McDermott,
Yes.
Mr. Perry,
Yes.
Ms. Radel,
Yes.
Ms. Sedman,
Yes.
Mr. Schnee,
Yes.
Mr. Urban, Mr. Urban,
Yes.
Mr. Vogt,
Yes.
Mr. Griffith,
Yes, but not happy with the severance package.
Mr. Haas,
Yes.
Mr. McGinley,
Yes,
unanimous.
thank you. We're now down to public comment on non-agenda items.
Mr. McGinley, before we do public comment, I had another, we had that item about the emails that we could talk about. I wanted to make a motion.
Well, we can't add it to the agenda now because we approved the agenda at the beginning. We certainly can add it to the work session agenda, which I think might be more appropriate.
Well, can we we don't make motions at the council meetings? They don't have to be on, motions aren't on the agenda.
No, we approved the agenda, and that wasn't one of the things that was on the agenda, Mr. Griffin.
We have to approve motions on the agenda?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, but we certainly can add it to the work session.
How about discussion? Can we have discussion?
Yeah, we'll have it at the work session.
Well, how about discussion about the people at the Bureau of Elections that need to resign? Can we have that discussion?
We can have that at the work session also. I mean, we can open up for discussion at the work session without any problem, but.
All right.
We're opening up for public comment now on non-agenda items.
All right, very good. Thanks, Mr. McGinley.
Mr. Chairman, this is Mark Rabo speaking.
Go ahead,
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman,
Rabo.
this is Richard Manta.
Mr.
Richard
Rabo,
Manta.
Mr. Rabo's first, then Mr. Manta, please. Mr. Rabo, go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I would like to sincerely and deeply thank the majority of the council members who voted to table the LRTA in light of what was stated by Ms. Rakowski and the people that are impacted by the development. I wholeheartedly feel, and I've said this previous times, Mr. Chairman and members of council, if economic development means nothing without quality of life. Quality of life and economic development go hand in hand. I truly believe that with every fiber of my being. And for those council members who voted, against tabling it instead of hearing the residents that are being affected and their quality of life being affected, shame on you. And I say that from the people that are affected. Shame on you. So also, I would like to thank the members for including the experience. I agree that, with Mr. Griffith, that having a bachelor's degree is not the end all be all to experience. I mean, there are plenty of individuals. I mean, 1/3 of the world's billionaires don't even have a college degree. And you're going to tell me that they're not experienced to be on a work, to be even a person that would give input on a search for a local government, administrator? Come on, give me a break. So, I mean, I would also like to say about the pilot, I would like to ask a question about the pilot for Hazleton Creek. Is that going to be for all taxing bodies or just the county? That would be my question there on that subject on the work session. And thank you very much once again to the council members for listening to the people that are affected by development and not just, just going willy-nilly and rubber stamping something and before finding out, the whole side of the story. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Manta?
Thank you, sir. My opinions are going to be voiced as an individual that has been following a manager for the past 4 years. Now, when Ms. Stedman says, yes, he did good things. Well, how many times was he brought up in front of this council to ask to be removed? That's one thing. How many times did he misappropriate? I'm using that word, but he didn't like me to use the word misappropriate funds for the taxpayers. How many times did he join up with the Wyoming Valley Sanitary Authority to enhance the people with this rain tax? How many times did he spend money out of the license fees for roads instead of bridges? Yes, he did. In fact, made a road out in Jackson Township better than it was. But the point of it is that he spent the money out of a fund that was just for bridges. And all these little dings and nicks in the armor of Mr. Pedri is what people remember. And don't forget, all you folks that voted no to not terminate him, election time is coming. And people have to realize that you have to vote not only from your heart, but you have to vote from your mind, and you have to vote from your experience to see what happened in the last 4 years. And my uncle is an attorney, and my uncle has a bachelor's degree, and he is book smart, but has very little street smart. And I don't believe that we want to put somebody in there that is just book smart. We want to put someone in there that has a diverse knowledge of being a manager. I mean, and the contract has to be really reviewed so that this doesn't happen again. And he walks away with $27,000 of taxpayers' money that he shouldn't get. I mean, when you leave a job on your own fruition, I believe that's you're saying, well, you want to resign from the job. Well, why should you be entitled to money if you're going to resign from a job? And that's, thank you.
Okay. Other members of the public, please.
Adam Christian.
Adam Christian, go ahead, please.
How you doing, ladies and gentlemen? I appreciate your time. I don't know if all of you received it, but I did email certain individuals in reference to a alleged courtesy recount. Our are the majority of the members aware or did get this email of the Swarsville Ward 1 council position?
I don't know, who did you mail it to, Mr. Christian?
It was emailed to the email of every council member.
So the common email, LCCM?
That's correct.
Okay, then everybody got it.
Okay. So the issue we have is this has nothing to do with Democrat or Republican. It has to do with each and every one of us that are running for office. Just a quick background, I'm Swarsville councilman. I was up for re-election. I was notified by Michael Butera last Thursday to appear for a petition that was filed in regards to a recount of the Swarsville Ward 1 council position. I was given a 2-hour notice to appear, which caused inconvenience on my end. Once I appeared, I was scheduled for 1 o'clock, then it was changed till 2:30. Again, I had to go over there. I had to put money in the parking meter. I had to sit there for an hour. From 2:30, I was told to be there. I had to leave approximately at 3:20 to pick my kid up. During this time, I was approached by Mr. Morgan, Director of Bureau of Elections, who informed me that a petition was filed, but it wasn't filed in a timely manner, and therefore the election board was going to do a courtesy recount for my opposition. First of all, I don't know if a courtesy recount is legal. Does anybody know that off the top of their head?
I don't think that's a question for council. That's more of a question for an attorney. But go ahead with your narrative.
Okay. So I ended up leaving. I requested a continuance that I wanted to be there for the hand count, and it continued without me. The reason why this was done, it turned out that the petition wasn't filed in a timely manner, and again, they were doing this as a courtesy. When I attended the Board of Elections meeting yesterday, somehow it was denied now that it was ever called a courtesy recount and switched to an audit recount. The word courtesy came from Mr. Morgan himself. So this issue can affect each and every one of us, including, you individuals. I don't believe that this was fair. I believe that he didn't go through proper channels, and I don't believe the rules were followed. And I just like some questions or some answers to this procedure. Is this a common procedure? Is this a legal procedure?
Okay, is that your end of your narrative, Mr. Christian?
I'm sorry, sir?
Is that the end of your narrative regarding this situation?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Obviously, the council does not run the elections. It's supervised by the Board of Elections, and the Department of Elections is involved in the actual implementation of the elections. I don't know, did you attend the election board meeting last evening?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and I don't know what questions you posed there or what answers you got, but
I just think it's important that that you individuals should know what's going on.
Okay, that's fair.
Okay, I'd like to bring it to your
As far as
attention.
for us to make a determination, that really is not something that council is directly involved in.
Okay.
But thank you for your information.
Thank you.
Okay. Other members of the public?
Brian Dwyer.
Go ahead, Mr. Dwyer.
I'd like to first apologize. I got home late and I missed much of the meeting, but from what some of the other public speakers have said, I guess you guys are looking at a bachelor's degree as a prerequisite for filling the manager's position. Would that be a correct assumption?
Well, that's Mr. Dwyer. That was in discussion regarding the advertisement for the search committee members. And there was an amendment made to add equivalent experience in regards to that bachelor's degree. So that amendment passed and the advertisement was approved. but it's for the search committee members.
Oh, okay. No, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I would echo some of the sentiments that were made. Any member of this county, I feel, has the ability to be on that search team, because again, you're representing the members of the county, the constituents, the voters. The gentleman that just spoke, and I voiced this at the election board, not last night, but in previous meetings, and I voiced it to you. If what he's saying is true, then the election board needs to be removed. And you guys have done it in the past. You removed Mr. Urban because you felt what he did was egregious. If what this guy is saying is true, that's egregious. They need to be removed. The whole thing with the ballot, to me, was as egregious as what you perceive Mr. Urban to have done. I don't understand how this continues on and on and on in this county, and nothing gets done. It's amazing. It really is. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, pardon me. I have one more question. I forgot. I apologize. I got home late.
Go ahead.
I heard secondhand, and again, this is secondhand, but I feel you're the body to confirm this with. I heard that Luzerne County governmental employees, and I'm not sure what category they would be in, that are working from home due to COVID, were notified to come in and clean out their cubicles because they were going to permanently be considered working from home for the foreseeable future. Is that correct?
I cannot confirm or deny that. I have no information on that at all. You'd have to speak to the county administration in that regard, because they're in charge of the employees.
Okay. I don't know how, not your necessarily response, and I chuckled too when I heard it, but I would think that that's something that this body should absolutely be aware of.
Well, I just told you what the situation is as far as any notification or information. Okay.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you. Other members of the public? If not, do we have a motion for adjournment?
Mr. McGinley, I wanted to say something before we end.
Go ahead, Mr. Urban.
In response to Mr. Christian, and I was looking at Title 25, subsection 3261, and quite honestly, the only way to really open up a ballot box is to go to the Court of Common Pleas with the petition, and it needs to be filed with the Prothonotari's office. I'm just summarizing, what the law says. And quite honestly, from what I'm gathering, I mean, the law wasn't followed in the case involving Mr. Christian. And this is the reason that I think, this needs to be referred over to the DA's office. Also, with the 3 board members present, with the director behind the scenes, I think they broke sunshine law as well, to not have that come to light. So quite honestly, I don't have any confidence in the current board and its form, or at least the majority, based on one of the emails that we've already received from one of the board members. If you look in the email, you could see that there were three members that sort of adjudicated behind the scenes. It wasn't advertised in public, out in sunshine. So I think we have a real problem over there. I think we need to address that particular board. And also we need to make sure that they're following Title 25 and all the sections of the law, because there is a criminal provision within Title 25. Anybody that breaks any provision can be subjected to a misdemeanor offense, up to 1 year in jail and or $1,000 fine, at the court's discretion. So quite honestly, I don't think that we want to get involved in obstructing justice. I think we need to really look at these matters very serious and look at these, potential allegations and refer them over to District Attorney Sangodolci.
Thank you, Mr. Urban. Adam Christian, I agree with you on that.
Adjourn, please. Motion?
So move, Chris. Okay.
Mr. Perry and Mr. Snee, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition, any abstentions? None heard, motion carries. Okay, it's now 8:42. We'll reconvene at 8:55. So that everybody can get a few minute break and get something to drink or whatever if they need. 8:55, we'll start with the work session, please.
Mr. McGinley.
Yes, sir.
Bobby Schnee.
Yes, go ahead, Bob.
Oh, I'm here. I didn't know if you called roll call yet.
No, couple more minutes, Bob. 8:55.
Oh, sorry.
No problem.
Who do I want to call?
Ghostbusters.
Okay, it's 8:55. We're going to call the meeting to order. We already have done the pledge of the flag and the moment of silence. Ms. Lawrence, roll call, please.
Mr. Griffith,
Present.
Mr. Hawes,
Here.
Ms. House,
Here.
Ms. McDermott,
Here.
Mr. Perry,
Here.
Ms. Radel,
Here.
Ms. Sedman, Mr. Schnee,
Present.
Mr. Urban,
Here.
Mr. Vogt,
Here.
McGinley,
Present.
all present.
Thank you. Additions or deletions from the work session agenda?
2 additions, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
One, CCAP annual conference in August. And second one, foster grandparents.
You want to discuss those? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, if we could. And I
Okay,
don't know if,
no problem.
I don't know if there's somebody from the appropriate departments here or not, but just to put it out there. Thank you.
Okay. DCAP conference and foster grandparents. Okay.
Thank you.
Got those.
Mr.
Other
McGinley.
additions or deletions?
Mr. McGinley, it's Walter.
Go ahead.
Could we add the motion to discuss, or can we just put a discussion on there to talk about the county council emails?
Sure.
And the ability to remove those emails from the website?
County council emails.
Right,
Okay.
and also I would like to discuss the the personnel that's in the election office regarding the recent thing that Mr. Christian spoke about, regarding the Mr. Morgan and Mr. Parsnick and the whole issue.
Okay, but if it's personnel, I think we'd have to have an executive session.
Okay. Well, it's
Mr.
basically,
DeLuca or Ms. Kokomo, would you chime in on that?
It's regarding our personnel or from the
Personnel in
election
the election
office, right?
Mr. Morgan and Mr. Parsnick.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
okay.
So that would,
Well,
we'd
if
have
you,
to-
it would, if you would keep that in mind at our next executive session, Mr.
Sure.
McGinley, I'd
Certainly
appreciate that.
would. Certainly
Thank
would.
you.
No problem.
Thank you.
So we have 3 additional items: CCAP conference, foster grandparents, and the county council emails. Okay. Do we have a motion to adopt the work session agenda?
Presented.
Mr. Smith, second. Ms. Saban, all in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any in opposition, any abstentions? In light of the time, we're going to skip over number 1. If we have time, we'll go back to that. So we'll go right down to number 2. Discussion regarding a resolution establishing a property assessed clean energy program in the county of Luzerne and taking and authorizing other action in connection therewith.
Andy Riley is here to speak to that.
Okay? He has the podium.
Good evening, Council. Before us, we have a program that was passed by the state legislature. And what it basically does is it recommends, we're here to recommend that Council approve the resolution to establish a commercial property assessed clean energy program. And it's designed to facilitate low-cost, long-term financing to owners of commercial properties. I have on the line here the Penn's Northeast Director, John Augustine, as well as Shannon Crooker from the Sustainable Energy Fund. I'm going to turn it over to them to give a very brief synopsis of the program and then take any questions that any council members may have. John?
Thank you, Andy. Good evening, Chairman McGinley and council members. Thank you for some time tonight. I was approached by the Sustainable Energy Fund about a year ago regarding this program known as CPACE, asking to see if Luzerne County would be willing to be one of the numerous municipalities to be part of it. Currently, while the program is relatively in its infancy of just a few years, there are 15 counties throughout Pennsylvania currently enrolled and more to come. This is a state-sponsored program. Information for it, for example, can be found on DEP's website. And while Shannon will provide more information about it, it's pretty simple. It allows business owners, and it doesn't matter if they're small or large, it could be mom and pops, etc., to make their equipment, HVAC, etc., more energy efficient and also more environmentally friendly. And it allows them for a low cost, low interest portion of money to be able to do that. Ultimately, what it also allows is us as the county to be competitive, not only within Pennsylvania, but as well as we try to attract business to northeastern Pennsylvania and Luzerne County to be competitive with other states around us who are doing it because it is, in fact, a national program. So not only do we have the potential to create new jobs, we also have the potential to retain existing jobs. One of the reasons for some urgency in trying to get this program passed, and that's the reason in front of you all this evening, is that we actually have 2 projects in Luzerne County that have interest in participating in this. They found out about the program nationally and across the state and actually approached the Sustainable Energy Fund, who then in turn approached me. So we haven't obviously even advertised it yet. We believe a lot more businesses would take advantage of this if it's something that's offered. With that said, I'll turn it over to Shannon to basically talk about how the program works and then certainly answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Council.
men and women, for having us here. We're really excited about this program. As a nonprofit, we've partnered with other firms throughout Pennsylvania to become the third-party administrator outside of Philadelphia to make it a much more accessible program so that property owners can use this tool, which is essentially a lien that's tied to their property, and it can extend out to the life of the equipment. So it's very unusual for most HVAC or solar or any types of LED lighting to go out to the life of the equipment. It's usually 5 to 7 years, and it's more expensive interest, but this will stay with the property. So in an event that the property is sold, it could be up to 25 years, and it's all recorded and with the title of the deed to make sure that the new property owner is aware of this new lien that's associated with their property. And then essentially will just increase the income, the operating income of the property, as well as allow property owners to stretch their dollars further, because this financing mechanism lowers the average cost of debt, as well as allowing them to do upgrades, both water and energy conservation upgrades they might not have done otherwise, just because of the savings are in the long run, not in the short term. So this is kind of helps them capture those savings based on the life of the equipment. And the reason that we administer it is because we're here to support projects and to support the county and make sure that the guidelines are adhered to. And we need the county's buy-in because of it's collected like a property tax. But that's all it is. It's really just a special payment that's tied to the property tax, collected to the county, and it goes out to a paying agent. And we could be as hands-on as you like. There's no cost to the county, no general obligations or funds that are required. And that's pretty much it. If you have any questions, I'm most definitely here to answer.
Great. Questions from council?
Mr. McGinley, I have a couple.
Go ahead.
If I could, one of the questions I have is, what is the, obviously this program provides loans for business entities that and then they tie that loan process, and I'm being very sketchy because I didn't get a chance to read the entire document, but hopefully you could help enlighten other members of council as well as myself. So if this program is a quote unquote loan program, and basically that's what it looks like to me. It looks like a loan program for companies that want to buy equipment to become more energy efficient, I assume, is the bottom line of the program. The question that I have is, so if a company goes out and goes through this program and borrows $50,000 for a piece of equipment because it's energy efficient, first of all, what kind of criteria do they have to meet in order to qualify for the $50,000? What is the difference in the interest rate between a loan if they took it through this program as opposed to if they, I mean, interest rates already are considerably lower right now, about 3%. I guess you could probably borrow against your property as a equity loan of some sort. And what's the interest rate big difference between this program and a regular lender? But the most important thing is, so if I take a loan for $50,000 on my business under this program and I default on my loan payment, because I mean, if my taxes are $1,000 and you tack on an extra 500 and I only pay 1,000 towards my taxes, will you take my property? And what happens? Does the property go into tax sale? Does the property go to this program? If you can enlighten me on a couple of those questions, I'd appreciate that.
Sure. The Act 30 statute states that if there's a delinquency, that it will be collected just as it would, as the county would normally during a sheriff's sale, or the taxes would become due. That year, right, that's due is going to be senior to the mortgage lender. So only that 1 year will have to be collected, and then the mortgage holder could buy the property or the capital provider, depending on how that would work out. So it's good. It's designed to be collected as the county already collects their delinquent taxes. So that's something that would be negotiated and spelled out in the statement of levy and lien. And then when it comes to energy efficiency upgrades and the interest rate, so it's going to depend. So far we've seen them around 4.5% to 6%, but this is for equipment financing, right? So it's different than a construction loan. And so far it has been less than a construction loan. And one thing that's really beautiful about it is because it preserves their cash. So the loan to value ratio is lowered, so they don't have to put as much money down on their construction loan or their mortgage loan like they normally would. So that's because all the hard and soft costs are covered, as well as any fees that are associated with the program can all be then. That's why they don't have to put as much down. So that's a benefit, and they can preserve their capital.
How much is the down money that they have to put down on a loan?
For the CFACE loan, there's 0% down. Everything
Zero.
is covered. Yeah.
So they can
100%.
borrow the full amount of the cost of the equipment.
Yes,
And then at the end, they own the equipment. It's not a dollar buyout like a lease agreement then.
correct. It's
Okay.
they own it.
But as you say, if they don't pay the cost of the equipment, if they only pay their taxes, they lose their property as well, even though they're delinquent on their entire payment. So if they're used to paying $3,000 a year in property taxes, and now they have to pay $4,000 because they bought this piece of equipment, they only paid $3,000 towards their property tax. It's much like we have with the stormwater fee. Do they have to pay the stormwater? Do they have to pay this fee first, or can they pay their property tax separate, or is it all combined?
It's all combined. It's going to be an extra line item on the tax bill. Or the county can choose to bill it out as a separate invoice, but it's collected like a tax bill.
But they can't separate it, much like they can't separate their municipal and their county tax, right? It's going to be county municipal, and then this loan would be on the line item as well, right?
Correct.
Okay. So what's the real advantage? What's the advantage to them going through this program as opposed to going to a bank of their own choosing?
Yeah, so that's a good question, because if they already have a really good relationship with the bank, they might be able to get a better deal, but this is the fact that they can stretch it out further, because most banks won't go, and a construction loan, usually everything's due once the construction's over. So that's one thing that's nice. It separates that, and it goes 30 years, and then the construction loan rolls into a mortgage. So it's just a way to diversify their capital stack and help stretch out the dollars. And because engineers who are selling the energy services, usually that's the cost is cost prohibitive, and they don't realize that they can finance these upgrades and through a mechanism that's designed specifically for them. So it really benefits the property owner because of the cost can be passed on to the tenants, just like through the CAM. So so kind of gets rid of that split incentive, where they're no longer just choosing, oh, well, I'm not using the building, why should I upgrade it if I can't pass the cost on to the tenants? But they can using this mechanism, which is a nice benefit.
So what's the reason
real
why? What is the reason why the county has to pass a resolution to do this? Because you're using the taxes to encumber the loan? Is that basically what that boils down to?
Yes, and the county has to be willing to collect the payment.
Is the county obligated at any point if somebody defaults along the way?
No, in the statement of levy and lien, it's a complete release, so that it's stronger than I apologize.
That's okay.
Identification. So the county is not beholden to anyone. They're completely released, and that's all in the legal document.
What's the reason? What's the purpose of the notification of municipalities? It says that the municipalities don't have to approve the program, but they have to be notified. Why is that a criteria that we have to notify that entity as? I mean, if they're obviously because of the tax collection on the I mean, if it's a county tax, why do we have to notify the municipality?
Yeah, it's just so that the municipalities will know that this program's up and running in their district, because a lot of times we'll get ads, leads from all over a county, and it's just a good way to let them know that, hey, this is a program that's going to be available, and we're going to support it and collect the payment.
But the program basically is because we want to foster people to buy energy efficient equipment. Is that the whole point of it?
And water conservation, as well as renewable energy. And one thing that's really nice about this program too is that a lot of times warehouses, that's very common in Pennsylvania, like they build to code, so they're not structurally sound to hold solar, because they're just not structurally stable enough, because it's just built to snow load. But with this program, they can upgrade their roof as well. They could be all packaged in one. And most of us in this lending world, they usually separate that out, but now they can, any ancillary cost that's used to support the energy efficiency or renewable or water conservation measures can be rolled into this financing package.
And the county doesn't receive any benefit from this at all, other than we just make the program available. The county receives no revenues or any kind of monetary benefit from this program?
That is up to the county to decide. Some counties have decided to add a program fee where they collect an annual fee, and some have a.
Of course they did.
Not all
That's
of
the
them have,
American
just
way.
a few, yeah.
Mhm.
Because
The
they
whole
don't know
point of
how
the
much
program-
money it's going to cost, what the administrative cost with collecting the payment. So some have added a $200 to $250 annual payment fee. And then a couple who have solicitors involved have also added a origination fee onto our fee.
Yeah, so I could see a tax collector just tacking on a extra fee because they have to collect this as a tax collector, in opposed to our county tax and all the other things that they collect. So here's a perfect opportunity to get their hands in somebody's pocket. Just another concern for me is a program fee. And I understand everybody has a cost involved, but it's just when we get down to it, there's somebody's gonna make some money on this, I'm sure. So,
Right, and you want to make it accessible as possible, so keep the fees low. And we compare the program administration fees that we have, they're significantly lower than most surrounding states.
okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it, Mr. McGinley.
Anybody else? I would have to say that as regarding the program fee, I think we should look at this as a service for businesses in the county if they want to take advantage of this program. I would not be in favor of adding any fee. Okay.
Chairman,
Yes.
This is Andy. The administration has had multiple conversations with the treasurer's office, and we had talked about the potential for a fee and the fact, and then they've assured us that the work that they would actually need to do to add this to the tax bill is minuscule, and there would be hardly any staff time dedicated to this program. So at this point, we've not really pushed for a fee.
Right, and we use a paying agent. We use Wilmington Trust so that the tax collectors and the county doesn't have to have a huge list. They just pay to the paying agent, and then the paying agent has the instructions on which capital provider gets what payment and everything like that. And it's all through a certified tax document that we provide.
Okay.
But those people who are tax collectors are going to have to document that through their duplicate book, I assume. They're going to have to keep track of that monies that's received because they collect all the monies except for the cities that we collect. But the tax collectors are the ones that are responsible to get that money, and when it gets sent to them, to divvy it out to the proper places. So the tax collectors would have an extra task involved, correct?
Or they could send it directly to the county, and then the county treasurer office.
I think the county may end up doing.
But again, the tax collector is going to have another task. They're going to have to add that to their bookkeeping and things of that nature to get that sent to them. So I mean, Mr. Riley said that there's nothing from the treasurer's office, but that doesn't mean that the tax collector could not say, well, this is extra work for us, so we're going to tack on a fee, and there's nothing that the county can say to them to stop them from putting on a fee.
Well,
right?
I hear you, but I think the county would have some statement on that. I know I personally would, so.
Well, good. Maybe we'd get rid of them and then we'd collect it in-house then. That'd be the thing. Perfect. Thanks.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Riley, and your people who made the presentation. Number 3, discussion regarding resolution authorizing the county manager to execute a software acquisition and licensing contract, Microsoft Corporation, for the Microsoft contract. Is Mr. DeMauro or someone on it? Yes. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so this is just the renewal of our triennial Microsoft contract. The price difference between this renewal and our last renewal 3 years ago is 1.6%. So it's 1.6% higher overall after 3 years, which is a little bit lower than what we had expected. Again, this, as it states in the paperwork I had submitted, this covers all of our Microsoft software, our Microsoft Office products, our email services, antivirus software that's included with or that comes with the email, as well as our server operating systems and software.
And Mr. Damaros, have you budgeted any amount for this?
Yes, the first year is already in the budget as approved for the 2021 general fund, as well as some reimbursements from the various other funds.
Okay, questions for Mr. Damaro? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Moving down to number 4, discussion regarding the resolution approving agreement to renew a lease agreement with Don 14 Enterprises for the Domestic Relations Office located at 701 North Church Street, Hazleton, PA. Ms. Corcomo, somebody from your office going to speak?
Yes, we have. Well, we have Paul Highmarsh and Lisa Periotti from the courts.
Mr.
Good
Highmarsh?
evening, Councilman.
How are you?
Council Chair and Council. It's Paul Highmarsh.
Go ahead.
At this time, before you, we have a renewal to a lease agreement for our Hazleton location. This is the second renewal of the agreement. It's for a period of 5 years. The rent remains unchanged at $6,138. And Ms. Parati can talk about the need for and the great opportunity it is for the courts and the domestic relations section to have a location in the southern portion of Luzerne County.
Okay.
Good evening, everybody. How are you? I appreciate you letting us speak regarding this. We maintain an office in Hazleton that is right on the main bus route and services all of southern Luzerne County, where we have several primarily Spanish-speaking residents, and it affords them the opportunity to not have to come to Wilkes-Barre to file for child support and or spousal support. We maintain a staff of 9 people, 2 of whom are Spanish speaking. So it serves the community in that way. The building is a beautiful facility located right next door to the hospital. It's right on the bus route, as I indicated. And it allows people not to have to travel to Wilkes-Barre, which is a significant inconvenience for a lot of people who don't have appropriate transportation. Mr. Ford has graciously allowed the rent to remain the same. The original lease was for a period of 10 years, and with the option to renew it on 2 occasions for an additional 5. This would be our second 5-year renewal that we're requesting the county approve. So, we think we served the community well. I think it's a benefit to the community, and it works well. So we're asking that it be approved for an additional 5-year period. Does anybody have any questions?
Questions?
Mr. McGinley, I
Go
have a
ahead,
quick.
Mr. Griffith.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Ms. Parati, it's Mr. Griffith. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good, thank you. Just a question. I mean, I drive up in the Hazel quite a bit daily, actually. And I was just wondering, have you looked into the old St. Joe's Hospital for possible domestic relations building? And do you know if that would be cheaper or if that would be a facility that would work for the courts to possibly use instead of the one we're in at a lesser rate?
I can tell you that we have not explored any other options. Mr. Ford had the building that we currently rent from him is beautiful. It's new. It's in good shape. It has appropriate parking in the back for staff. So, I mean, I can be honest with you and tell you that we have not looked into any other facility. That's,
okay.
Basically all I can tell you.
And is this? I see this lease has expired since January, and I assume it's probably just an oversight on the part of the court. But it is. I can tell you that actually it expired in November of last year, to be honest with you. And it just had never been renewed. And I just came into the office as the new director in March, recognized that it was expired, and here we are. Okay. Well, very good. Well, I appreciate you looking after that detail, and if the facility works well for your things that you're doing with domestic relations, you folks would know that better than I, for sure. So I thank you for the input. Thanks, Mr. McGinley.
It does. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Anybody else? There's a couple of key things I think were very important that were presented tonight. Number one, it's on the bus routes, which I think is critical for a lot of people who may need that service. And number two, they obviously have staff there who are able to communicate very well with Spanish-speaking residents, I think is also very important. And for this gentleman to hold the rent at the same cost over the next 5 years, I think is very stable on his part, and we appreciate that.
Yeah.
Very good, thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Number 5, discussion regarding resolution approving the payment in lieu of taxes agreement with the Hazleton Creek Commerce Center Holdings, LLC, Hazleton Creek Development Pilot. Mr. Kokomo?
I think the pilot agreement is clear. It's similar to ones that we used before, and we would be receiving $10,000 a year from the Hunlock Creek Commerce Center Holdings.
Okay. Questions?
Can you explain the program? I read it. I read the summary. I didn't understand. We're just getting a pilot for development?
Yeah, that's Mr. Haas. If you remember the Hazleton Creek development, we passed a loader for this back about 2 months ago.
Okay.
At that point, they had provided a pilot for the school district in lieu of taxes, obviously. So we said to them at that point, we believe that the county should have an opportunity to also have that kind of compensation. So this is the agreement that has come forth.
It's coming backward. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Mr. McGinley?
Yes.
Did anybody happen to write down what Mr. Rabo's question was at the end of public comment? He asked something about the pilot, and it said, did the city and the school district included along with the county in that pilot?
No. I think the school district got a pilot, but I don't believe the city did at all.
So the city is not included in the pilot.
No. And obviously each of the taxing bodies have to pass their own resolution in regards to the tax abatement. So that would be something that.
Yeah. Do you know if they were offered a pilot, Mr. McGinley?
No, I don't.
Okay. It's interesting because Hazleton's a distressed city. I would think that they would they would entertain a pilot for sure. It's a non-taxable entity.
As you pointed out, I think at one point, Mr. Griffith, some of the monies they receive from their fees and things, inspections and permits, etc., are significant. And of course, we don't have that opportunity in that regard. So.
Okay. Well, thank you for clarifying.
Recognize you for, not everything is equal. That's for sure. Okay, number 6, which is discussion regarding a resolution approving the settlement of pending litigation in the matter of Richard Musco versus Wilkes-Barre Wyoming Valley Airport, Valley Aviation, Luzerne County. And Mr. DeLuca, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is something that we discussed in executive session because it's litigation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now we're going down to things that were added. Mr. Haas, you were the first one. You wanted to add CCAP conference.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So CCAP, everybody knows we're a membership. It's a county, the County Commissioners Association of Pennsylvania. It's a CCAP, and they've helped us out tremendously certainly during my time on council. They offer quarterly meetings, and the annual conference is for 4 days in the summertime. This year it's going to be held down at Hershey Convention Center, there just outside of Harrisburg. Registration is $400, and I've gone in the past, and I go last year because of COVID, but I'd like to put on the voting session to see if council would send me the CCAP. And I pay my own board when I go down there, just asking for the $400 registration fee.
Any questions for Mr. Haas?
Mr.
And
McGinley,
you know,
who's our
Go
representative?
ahead.
Who is our representative to CCAP on council? Is it Ms. Hauk?
There's 5 people who are representatives.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. I
It's
thought
not
we had,
just a single person, it's 5.
okay, very good.
All right.
Thank you.
Mr. McGinley,
Yes,
it's Chris, Harry got my vote. Absolutely.
all right.
Thanks, Chris.
Mr.
Anybody else?
McGinley, I would just also say, it's Linda, that Harry has consistently gone to this conference, and he brings back a lot of really good information. And I really appreciate the initiative that he's taken to do this over the years.
Okay.
Question.
Anyone else?
Thanks, Linda.
Mr. McGinley,
Yes.
I too think it's wonderful that Harry goes and attends and brings back that information for us. I wanted to know, maybe there's a possibility that someone else could attend with Harry this year, because that way someone, we wouldn't be getting a brand new person maybe next year. Harry can make the introductions. Harry can kind of let them know how this thing goes, mentor him, so to speak. I think if maybe someone's willing to do the same thing, which Harry pays board, I guess, you pay the hotel, but you don't pay the registration. Maybe someone else would be interested.
Okay.
Yeah, and thanks, Sheila. I'm truly a nobody. I don't know people down there, and I know a couple people, of course, but I know some guys from Luzerne County. But it's from Sunday this year. It's August the 1st. It starts Sunday afternoon, runs until I think the session finishes Wednesday at 12 noon. That's a wrap, and it's really it really is a great learning experience. I encourage anybody to go, and anybody can go for that matter. I know there's a group rate. Some counties send their 3-commissioner board with a solicitor. Some are very participatory. Some don't do it at all. But I've learned a lot. I'd welcome anybody to come. I think it'd be a good time.
Okay, anything else? Okay, Mr. Haas.
Thanks,
foster
Mr. Chairman. Thanks,
grandparents.
everybody. Yeah, foster grandparents. Before I do, did everybody get the email, by the way, about our membership in NACO, the National Association of Counties? It's like I don't know, how do we get involved in that? Because I don't think we've ever officially been a member of that, but maybe I'm mistaken in that.
I think, Mr. Haas, if I'm correct, I think that's through the manager's office. If that we're
Okay.
in.
Okay, that's just something, some food for. I just saw it today. That's all.
Yep.
Foster grandparents. That issue was brought to my attention that it looks like they're going to stop with that program. I don't know if you know anything about that too, Mr. McGinley. That it seemed like the director of that program, for whatever reason, wasn't going to continue that, or there were some situations there that a lot of foster grandparents around Luzerne County go. They volunteer in schools. They help out with kids that don't have a solid family structure at home. And they also earn a small stipend, which we know when you get older on a fixed income, that can make all the difference. So just want to know if anybody in county staff knew anything about that. I did see, I got something on my private email, how it came up that they were looking for foster grandparents. So it kind of contradicted what I heard that the program was ending here in Luzerne County. But it's through the AAA, the Area Agency of the Aging. And just want to know if anybody here on staff present could speak to that, or you, Mr. Chair, or anything, if we could make sure we try our best to maintain that program.
Mr. Haas, I don't know who contacted you or whatever, but I got contacted by a member of their advisory committee who happened to be a former educator who's now retired, and obviously was an advocate for the program. And you're right, it's through the aging department. I spoke with Mary Roselle just to get the information. And at that point in time, which was approximately, I don't know, maybe a week and a half ago, maybe a week ago, it was between the meetings that we've had. The person who was the supervisor is retiring, from the county. And that person, ran it and supervised it. So that's one issue. They were able to speak with that person, and that person agreed that they would work on some kind of part-time basis, maybe 15 hours a week or, whatever. I'm sure they'll clarify that more as they see the need. But Ms. Roselle said she was in the process of working some things out because there was a funding issue and there was another party that was interested. And she said that she was reaching out to those people and trying to come to a positive resolution. I have not spoken with Ms. Roselle since that point in time because I think that's her responsibility to, handle those kinds of programs and deal with them. But she said that, she was making efforts to continue that program, but it would probably be a group effort versus maybe just the aging department. So I think we'll probably be getting more information once all that stuff is solidified and put together. But until that time, I don't know if there's any more information that I told you what I'm aware of at this point. So,
Mr. McGinley?
Yeah, I know you don't want to speak for her, but if it's a funding issue, maybe we can lobby the state, or whatever we can do here.
Hi. Hi,
Mr.
this is Ms. Hill. Hi, Mr. McGinley. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, hey, Ms. Hill.
Sorry.
Yeah,
okay, wait a minute.
Yes, hi.
Mary Roselle, are you on?
No, Mr.
It's Lynn
McGinley,
Hill,
this
I
is
think.
Lynn Hill. Mhm.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Lynn. Go ahead.
Yes, hi. So, Mr. Haas, so the program will not be going away. We have come to an agreement with AmeriCorps. We will be working with them to manage the program into 2022 until they find another entity to take over the program. So we just won't be overseeing it once they find the other entity, but it will not be going away. That was a major concern of ours as well, is that foster grandparents would lose their stipend. We did not want to see that. We did not want to see any of the children affected that they work with. So it will definitely not be terminated. It will not be going away.
That's good news. I did AmeriCorps. So Ms. Hill, they're going to have like a volunteer, AmeriCorps volunteer to spearhead the program, something like that? Be like a volunteer leader of volunteers, kind of?
Well, so AmeriCorps, we receive the funding through AmeriCorps. And so they ultimately oversee the program. They will be looking for another entity to take over the management of the program for them locally, because they have, as you know, multiple different organizations throughout the country. It's not always a AAA who manages the FGP program. It can be any number of different nonprofits who can take over that. So we'll be working with them until they find that new entity.
Lynn?
That is so helpful. Thanks for chiming in there. Thank you.
Question.
Absolutely.
Lynn,
Yes.
this is Sheila Seidman, and when the person called me, and I think he called Tim and Harry too, about his concern about this program ending, he wanted to know if that program could be ended without county council's approval. And I haven't, and I called Tim, and he said he's going to do some research, because I guess it's been a long time program, certainly before I was involved in council. And is there any involvement in terms of county council in approving part of this, approving the foster grandparents, or not approving it, or do we have any involvement at all?
Not to my knowledge. As long as I've been here, it's approximately 4.5 years I've been on board. I could double check with Mary Roselle, who has been with us 20 years. She just got her mug the other day from Dave. She would know better, but I do not believe so, Ms. Sedman. I don't believe you've had involvement before in terms of approval. So I believe it's been with the division head, myself, and then the director of the aging department.
Well, I'm very happy that it's going to continue.
Yes, we were concerned about that, and we didn't want to see an interruption, so it will be. Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you, Ms. Hill.
Hats off to you and Ms. Roselle. That's fantastic.
Yes, thank you.
Ms. Saban, the only way I think that council would have approval is if we want to put money in the budget to provide that program. And if we did that, then obviously, the program would have that funding to continue, but it sounds to me at this point that Ms. Hill and Ms. Roselle have worked that out, and that was good news that it's going to continue.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. County Council emails, Mr. Griffith.
Yes, okay, Mr. McGinley. And my concern about this email issue is not that I don't want our emails posted online to be lack of transparency in any fashion. I'm concerned about the ability for some private emails that may be sent to any member of council that has information in it that somebody doesn't want shared to be put up on the website inadvertently by a county council's email address. Somebody sends any member of council something that I certainly don't think that they want their email shared throughout the whole county on the email page. I don't, unless we're going to put that disclaimer out somewhere that says to the public of Luzerne County or anybody that all emails that are sent to Luzerne County Council are public documents and will be posted online. I don't think we should have the ability for anybody to post our emails unless they file a right to know. And I think that protects us in a couple of ways. First of all, if it's a right to know request, then they have to follow through the process and it has to be redacted for personal information or, information is not appropriate. So that protects us for liability for someone getting information that they're not supposed to have. I think it protects us in a lot of ways to take those emails away and make people follow the proper procedure as a right to know request. I think the original intent back in 2013, when they passed all these motions in this discussion, I was there. Mr. Shiner shared a lot of the information with me while we were working through our paperwork here of the whole discussion between Williams and a couple other members of council about this email issue. And the concern that I have is some emails are being posted and other emails are not. And who's making the determination and what criteria are we as council approving for what emails aren't posted and what are? Is it at the discretion of the Office of Law or whoever's posting these emails? I think that's where the issue becomes, is the Office of Law decides what emails go up and what emails don't, and what emails are not proper and what emails are not, what needs to be redacted, what doesn't need to be redacted. I think in all of those type of things leave us open, all members of council, not our current members, but any incoming as well, leaves us open to a great amount of scrutiny by the public, and as well as open to liability if someone gets an email that they're not supposed to get. I think if someone wants, and I've seen in right to know requests where they've requested emails from Mr. Perry as well as Mr. McGinley and other people through the right to know request. If some people have to file a right to know request to get those emails, then apparently we're not putting all our emails up online for people. So I would just strongly urge council to have a vote on this at the next council meeting to remove the emails from the website until we either come up with a comprehensive plan of what is going to be posted and whose emails or how it's going to be posted, as well as what's the mechanism to post them and who's going to be responsible for those emails, and as well as if there should be a disclaimer, because I feel that we're leaving ourselves open for a lot of liability here by people posting emails without our knowledge. I don't think there's anybody on council knows exactly what emails are being posted until we go out there and actually read them. And we go, wow, I don't even remember writing that one. So I just think that we really need to get a better handle on this whole process of issuing council emails to the website, when there is a process by the state that says if you want an email from anybody, you have to file a right to know request, and that's fair. If we want to be transparent and we want to send our emails out to everybody in the world, I think that's up to each individual council member. But one of the comments that was interesting in 2013, it was made by Mr. Urban, actually, who's on council now, and his concern is exactly why I'm raising the issue now. Is he expressed concern back in 2013 about privacy for citizens that may want the council email to be a private issue, and that's a valid concern. We all have constituents that send us emails that certainly don't want that email shared, but don't even know that it's a possibility that it could be shared. So I just think we're really on a dangerous path here with these emails. So I would like council to vote to either first of all, I'd like us to vote to take it away altogether, take the emails down until we sit down with a policy procedure, either through the legislative committee or something, and bring a comprehensive plan to council to be voted on to say, this is how we're going to post our emails on the website, or this is how we're going to this is the person that's going to be allowed to post these emails for us, because I just don't see that's done anywhere else in government, where people just arbitrarily just throw up everybody's email on a website and say, hey, if you want to go look at them, go ahead, help yourself. And there's a lot of emails that are missing. So I just think the council needs to take appropriate action to make sure that we get a good handle on this, so we don't leave ourselves open for a problem down the road.
Okay. Ms. Kokomo, do you want to respond to how the emails get up on the webpage?
Sure. When I became Chief County Solicitor, Dave Petrie advised me that the emails between county council members get posted. Emails that are with or between public, individuals in the public do not. Now, and that's the criteria that I've used. Perhaps, there's been some oversight. There's a lot of emails out there, but that's the instructions that I received. I welcome to have a set policy, and for not only this particular council, but going forward, we have to have some organizational history. It would be nice that whoever takes my place has the actual policy in hand, and we can go from there.
Okay. Other members of council?
Yeah, Steve here.
Go ahead.
I just want to also, add to it. I mean, there might be conversations that, sometimes are private, between council members, or there's discussions where, regards some type of HIPAA issue with healthcare. I know, being on the MHDS board, you got to watch certain things that are said unless you have specific permissions by the parties, like taxpayer or citizen. If you're going to discuss certain cases in the human services area, you have to basically sign papers. And then, quite honestly, even discussions between council members you might have discussions on pending litigation that may slip through the cracks too, and get out there, and then we're left with that exposure. So I'm sure that the solicitor's office is very diligent and closely monitors what's being said. But the other thing is what happens if we're talking amongst ourselves, and council has council members may try to have a strategy between one or two members, and that strategy is then sort of found out by the solicitor's office and then is used against us. So I think email should be private to a greater extent, but we should engage, obviously if you have the right to know process, but really develop a strong process just to ensure that our emails, although they should be scrutinized, are still protected.
Okay. Anyone else?
I do want to say that when I review the emails, I don't look at them to be used against county council members. I exclude any issues that have to do with personnel and things like that. But once again, I do want to say that I would welcome some sort of set policy and criteria that can be used that is acceptable to council as a whole.
Okay. Anyone else?
Mr. McGinley, if I could just jump in if nobody else has something. One of the things that I'm reading, one of the emails here, it said that we were supposed to, this email was from, or part of the minutes. It was Attorney Petrie stated that there was an executive session held prior to the meeting. He also informed council of his findings regarding the implementation of a policy to place council emails on the website. He stated that there is a software available at a cost of about $10,000 plus $3,000 per year. He added that he will continue to review the options. I don't know if that process was ever purchased or put into place. I appreciate what Ms. Crocomo said, that, you know, these emails are only between council members. However, I see emails out there that are posted from the clerk to council. I see emails that are sent from the council to the manager that are out there. And I certainly don't think there's anything in those emails that are dangerous or in any way supposedly private. But yeah, I mean, we certainly need, as Ms. Crocomo said, I think we certainly need to have a comprehensive policy and procedure so everybody is on the same page. So if we send an email, and it should have a disclaimer on our website that says, if you send an email to county council, please be aware that that may be a public document. And so people are aware, and it may stifle people from communicating with council. And that's my concern. If we put emails out there and people don't understand that it's only going to be between council members, at some point, some member of the public may want to send us an email either through the LCCM or privately through our email address. And they'll say, well, I'm not going to send it to them because it may get posted. They don't know, the public doesn't know. So we may be stifling the public to communicate with each member of council based on the fact that they don't want that information identified. So I just think that for lack of a policy and procedure, I think it's wise for the council to take appropriate actions to remove the emails and then draft a policy and put that on our items of things to do to get this thing right. So everybody's on the right page and we don't leave ourselves exposed or stifle anybody from speaking.
Just to answer your question, there are software. There is software available. I get marketing calls and emails. I've never looked into it, but if council feels that it's something that would benefit determining or posting emails, I'll do that.
Okay, a couple of things I want to say. Number one, when we passed that or when it came up, the emails only between council members, the manager was also included as part of that. So that's why you could possibly see a email between the council member and manager, or the manager back to council members. So that was one thing. Number two, it was supposed to be a software package that would do that. And, you know, as Ms. Crocomo said, that, you know, they are reviewed and she eliminates the ones that would not be appropriate. I have confidence in the Office of Law that they would follow the Sunshine Law and, you know, take the ones out that don't belong on a public web page and proceed with that. Myself personally, I have no problem with people looking at my emails. I have whatever I write there on an email, that's what I wrote. And I have no problem with somebody reviewing that. And the only protection I would want to see would be that, you know, the citizen who wrote an email was protected so that, you know, their privacy is in place. Other than that, I think we should leave the emails up, but I think having a policy that addresses that specifically is probably a very wise step. Okay.
So could we put it on the agenda for the next voting session?
Sure.
For council to decide?
Sure.
Thank you so much.
No problem. I think that covers the agenda with the exception of the monthly division reports. And it's now 10 minutes of 10. Everybody has the reports and they're posted online. Does anyone have questions in regards to the division reports? If you don't have it immediately, we certainly can forward any questions and have them answered prior to any other meetings. Okay. Public comment?
Mr. Chairman, this is Mark Rabo speaking.
Go ahead, Mr. Rabo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just two questions and a comment. One is for my comment, once again, I would ask council members to talk to the residents that are located near the proposed development site, because you will find a lot of things that weren't, you know, the details that weren't disclosed to you. And I think that needs to be discussed between council members and Ms. Burkowski and also the other residents of that area, because you'll find a lot that needs to be hashed out before the next meeting. With regards to two questions I have, one is, Mr. Chairman, when is the resumption of the election inquiry committee? And the second question I have is there any plans to resume the blighted property review committee? Because there have been a lot of questions been asked of me, and you know, there have been postings online and also on the paper. So if that those questions can be answered, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Okay, as far as the election inquiry, I'll be speaking with Ms. Hauk between this meeting and the next meeting to talk about that. Mr. Haas, you want to talk about the blighted property?
Yeah, Blighted Property Committee, it's been on hold since the COVID, Mr. Rabo. We don't have a full complement of members, so we can't take action. And I know you attended just about every meeting, so we'll try to resurrect that. But my time on council is waning, and I'm sad because I was really excited and gung-ho about that. But it's going to be difficult.
Okay. Other members of the public?
Yeah, Brian Dwyer.
Mr. Manta first, and then Mr. Dwyer. Go ahead, Mr. Manta.
The people from the Luzerne Borough that brought those people in to speak about putting liens against properties. I don't understand, you know, what they're trying to accomplish. They could go to the banks and get a loan for upgrading their equipment probably a lot cheaper and a lot less cumbersome than putting a lien on someone's property. And do they realize what a lien is? I mean, when you go to sell the property, you have to satisfy the lien. Or are they going to hold that lien on the property for decades? This Mr. Riley, if he's still listening, I don't think that he's really thought this over by putting small businesses and large businesses in a position to, he's setting them up for failure, put it that way. And that's the same thing that the rainwater people, from the Wyoming Valley Sanitary Authority, they're trying to put liens against people's houses now, and that's not right. I mean, this whole debacle with a lien against the property, to me, is a recipe for failure. And the failures that we've seen in this county over all these projects that have been around, it seems like the LERTA project is Harry is right on the money. I mean, you're giving away taxpayers' dollars. People are paying their taxes.
Mr. Dwyer?
Yes, I would just inquire as to, has council made any progress on going back to in-personal meetings?
Well, I think you missed.
I did. I apologize.
Missed part of the meeting. I made a request to the manager's office to have the room. Some things have to be removed. Some things have to be cleaned up, sanitized, air quality checked, all those things. But progress has been started, and we'll see how that goes. But we're making efforts to get started with that.
No, that's great. I appreciate that. Is there, I don't want to use the word ETA, but another way of phrasing it is escaping me at the moment.
Well, I think June 28th is the announced date for masks not to be required anymore, or sooner if he reaches the vaccination level, I think of 70%, I think was the number I saw.
Correct.
So you expect to be late June that will come in effect.
Oh, okay, so we're gonna kind of go with the state guidelines?
Absolutely.
Okay, no, that's great, thanks.
Okay. Any other members of the public? Any other members of the public? Well, do we have a motion for adjournment?
Motion to
So moved,
adjourn.
Mr. Chairman. Harry Huss.
Okay, Mr. Snee and Mr. Haas, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any in opposition?
Good night,
Any abstentions?
everyone. Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Aye, good night.
Thank you.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night, John Boy.
Good night, guys.
Good night.